equity that has developed for women, and especially women, minority women and minority entrepreneurs. And our whole aim is to make sure that they have access to capital. Most of the people that we work for and we work with are not eligible for traditional banking loans. So because they don't have assets, or they don't have a good credit rating, or they just don't have the ability to put all the materials together. So what we do is we kind of embrace them and we work with them to get the materials, the paperwork they need. And then we help them apply for the loan, and we give them a micro loan. And that's not all. Afterwards, we stay with them. We kind of wrap our arms around them, follow up with them every month to make sure that their business plans are on track, they make their payments, and we help them build their credit so they can at one point expand their business, go to a bank, get a loan for a truck to deliver their goods, or to different kinds of things, to kind of enhance their knowledge in terms of business acumen as well. So we do a lot of technical assistance training. And of course, besides that, we also spend a lot of time with the young girls, because we are trying to, prepare the leaders of tomorrow. And from a financial literacy standpoint, we believe that, women need to be financially literate and learn more and more. And then of course, we also have Her Story. We operate the museum, the Michigan Women's Hall Fame and Historical Museum Center. It's a small museum in Lansing, Michigan, and it's probably one of the few little museums that the states have. And we also recognize, we've been doing this for 33 years, recognizing women, both historical women and also, contemporary women, and we induct them into the Michigan Women's Hall of Fame. So I am so grateful. And last year, the pandemic was really hitting hard a lot of our entrepreneurs. So what we did is we fundraised $1.5 million. And we looked for small entrepreneurs. These are small businesses that, hire between from 3 to 10 people. And they are the heart of the economy of Michigan. They really are. So we looked for them, and we provided over 157 grants ranging from $1,000 to $5,000. And these grants were used to pay for the light, or the rent for their place, or to pay their employees, because they were totally shut down. And, we're not over the pandemic yet. But we also provided about 54 resilience grant loans to different kinds of entrepreneurs across Michigan. 78% of the people that we served are women. And we always are seeking for more women entrepreneurs, and, encourage them to participate in the economy, because traditionally women and the nation, if you look at it, the United States, they usually get less than 10% of the capital for entrepreneurship. So we're trying to, change that by the work that we do. So today, I'm very grateful for this fabulous donation. It's going to go to support women entrepreneurs with technical assistance training, so they know how to, handle their budgets and keep growing. We want them to thrive, because this pandemic is not quite over yet, and they need our assistance. So Jason, a heartfelt thank you from all of the entrepreneurs that we served and from our team. Thank you so much. And Cindy, thank you for inviting us to be a part of this incredible group of women. Thank you.
Like we were kindred spirits when we spoke on the phone, and we recently just met, and we're so grateful that you were able to join us today. And obviously we're very grateful to Jason Waller and his team at Power Home Solar for basically, donating this check and also generating visibility and awareness. Their mantra is paying it forward. They're very philanthropic. They give back to lots of organizations, and we're very, very grateful. So I'm going to also, I want to see if April Allen is on the line, because April is from Safe Alliance and she is joining us today. I wanted to share a little bit about the Safe Alliance organization. They are based in Charlotte, North Carolina, which is also where Power Home Solar has a headquarters. The Safe Alliance provides hope and healing to those impacted by domestic violence and sexual assault. And it's an incredible organization. As I said, our team vetted so many different women's organizations over the last week to identify 2 incredibly worthy organizations. And we feel like we just found just wonderful groups to support on behalf of Power Home Solar. So Jason, I'm going to, I don't think April is here yet, so I'm going to ask you, Jason, to say a few words just about the, paying it forward and your mantra. I know you're going to be speaking at 10 o'clock today, but, and let me give you a little introduction. Jason Waller is a self-made success, comes from hustle, heart, and toughness. He's harnessed these instincts to build 3 companies from scratch into multi-million-dollar enterprises. And his most recent venture, Power Home Solar, which he founded in 2015, skyrocketing towards $1 billion. Jason is always looking forward, evolving himself and his business while sharing his path to success and entrepreneurial insights. He's got an incredible podcast. I would definitely recommend that everyone here follow him. It's one of the highly rated entrepreneur podcasts. And I feel like, listening to podcasts, you feel like you know people and their mission and personally. And I do know Jason personally, but I would encourage everybody to listen because you can get a flavor for his personality. He's got an incredible magnetic personality, but he also puts his team first. And obviously he gives back to the community, which says so much about probably why they've become so successful. So Jason, I'd love to turn it over to you, say a few things about, why maybe you decided to support these organizations and how you love to give back.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Great intro. And thank you, Blanca, for the kind words. I appreciate that. I live in Michigan, so that was very heartfelt. I have a home in Michigan, North Carolina, and recently Florida, so I'm bouncing between 3. But it's so important. I've got 3 daughters, 22, 17, and 14, and then I got a 10-year-old son. And all us entrepreneurs out there, male or female, we all have moms. And so it's important to empower women to play it forward and to be able to have the same opportunity and to be able to run their businesses. I was just on a show I was doing filming last week called 2 Minute Drill. It's on Bloomberg and Amazon. And we had 12 episodes. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but I will tell you more women entrepreneurs won in this season we just filmed than men. And I believe it's because sometimes they're held back and they come up with great ideas. They're able to think a little bit faster. They're able to, think like a consumer, right? Because the traditional man's out there just working and then not thinking about doing this, but women come up with so many creative ideas and so many entrepreneur opportunities that are laid out that a consumer or a household needs. And sometimes it's limited. So I'm actually honored and grateful that I can give to an organization, like yours, Blanca, and as well for, sexual assault on women too. I mean, I said, I've got 3 daughters and, the world we live in today, there's too many bad people out there and, sex trafficking, females getting abused, men getting abused too. But I mean, this is tough. I take things personally because of my girls. I mean, their insecurities are down because of social media. I'm always trying to build up their confidence. I've got one daughter that's 14 that I think she's going to take on the world. She is as bad as it gets. She is a badass. Sorry, but I need you to feel the pain. She is the boss of the boss. And so it's great to see different personalities in my household, but that's one that I'm like, oh boy, I got to watch out for. And that's what's exciting. And so, she always talks about, Dad, how can we give back? What can we do? And she's only 14. So super excited to be a part of this. I'm super excited to hear the speakers speak. And, I want to say thank you to the Sisterhood of, for Success for giving me this opportunity. Cindy, Joy, Sandy, and Ann, thank you. And then you guys got a great speaker at the end of this, who's a mentor of mine writing my book, Heather Monahan, which I love to death as well. So thank you, Cindy, for the intro.
Of course, Heather's awesome. And so are the rest of our speakers. Everyone is going to be incredibly inspired today and hopefully walk away with some great actionable tips.
So I have Tennille. Oops.
I have Tennille Banner here from Safe Alliance, and I'll just repeat, Safe Alliance provides hope and healing to those impacted by domestic violence and sexual assault. And we're thrilled that we're able to support, again, through Power Home Solar and Jason Waller, the generous donation. They're going to receive $5,000. And I know I'm involved in a lot of different charities, and I know that COVID has really impacted so many. So everything helps, and we're very grateful again to Power Home and Jason and Safe. We'd love for Tennille Banner to join us and say a few words about the Safe Alliance.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for having me. And I apologize, we had a last minute switch, so I'm not April, but I'm happy to be here with you. I'm the Director of Corporate and Community Engagement here at Safe Alliance. And like Cindy shared, we are a local organization that serves domestic violence and sexual assault survivors in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area. Over this past year, COVID really hit hard for survivors of domestic and sexual violence. Just imagine already going through a tough time, and then kind of, because that's the only way to stay safe, you're having to be trapped in that home with the person who's been abusing you, and you don't have those daily escapes that you typically would with work. Everybody's working from home and all of those things. So I'm proud to say that we at Safe Alliance were able to stay open. We quickly transitioned all of our services to provide them via phone or telehealth conferences. And we also saw at one point a 45% increase in calls to our hotline. So the support was really, really needed. And it's because of the community that we were able to keep pushing forward. So I won't go into our long spiel, but we have a variety of programs to serve survivors, including running the domestic violence shelter for Mecklenburg County. And then we offer like counseling support, getting legal protective orders, and all of those types of things. So if anybody is in need or knows someone in need, I always like to share our 24/7 hotline number. That's 980-771-4673. And you can also go to safealliance.org to learn more. But we are beyond grateful for you all. Cindy, thank you so much for reaching out to us. And Jason and your team at Power Home, we cannot thank you all enough. And I'm just glad that I got the chance to be here this morning. So thank you.
We're thrilled. Thank you so much. And we're happy to have any representative from Safe Alliance. So we're thrilled that you were able to join us, Teal. What incredible things that you're doing. I would ask if you both could put the link to the website in the chat so that people can learn more, our attendees. As I said, we had over 200 people register. It's a long day on a Saturday, so I know people will be coming in and out. We are doing Facebook Live and recording the event, so we will be able to share it with people that were not able to make it. And again, we're just so grateful to be able to support these organizations because of Power Home Solar's generous donations. So thank you again, Jason. We're going to be introducing Jason and his presentation, which I feel so incredibly blessed and fortunate that he's going to be able to share some of his secrets to success. And I also wanted to mention, he mentioned that Heather's a mentor. Heather's a mentor of mine. Most of the women here today are also mentors of mine, and Jason as well. I mean, I listen to his podcast, and we have a lot of interaction, and I just get inspired every day. And I feel like that's one of the missions of the Sisterhood for Success, is to bring people together, bring others together who can lift you up and you can learn from, and you help get you to the next level. I know everyone here, our co-hosts, we all believe that mentorship is really the answer to so many problems out there. I mean, if you surround yourself with people that have been there and done that, it helps lift you and get you to the next level, whatever that is, whatever your next level is, whether it's work-life balance, whether it's making more money at your job, whether it's finding a community. Hopefully these types of organizations will help. Joy, I'd love for you to say a few words before we introduce Jason for his talk. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cindy. Can y'all hear me? I just wanted to, reiterate, thank you so much to Jason and just to the two incredible organizations for what you're doing to make a difference. I think when you're involved in giving and supporting other people, you truly will never know how far your impact has gone, and like Cindy was saying, so many people on this platform inspire me, and they may have no idea, how it impacts me day to day. And as women, we're here to support each other. We're here to remind each other that you're not alone. And we're here to do it in a real authentic type of way. With social media now, it's so easy to look at people and see these perfectly painted lives, and it only contributes to us being more discouraged and feeling like we're all alone. So that's what this is all about. With that, I'll let Jason introduce himself and tell a little bit of his story. I've been able to listen to his podcast as well, and his story of just coming from nothing is absolutely amazing and inspiring. So Jason, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Joy. I appreciate it very much. And again, I can't say how honored I am to be here. I mean, I love to see women help other women out to do big things, but there's some of us guys out there that want to help you guys out too, because of our daughters and our wives and our mothers. I mean, some of us know exactly where we want to help, the female community and the minority community out. I know at our business, we empower women. I mean, I think we have 14 directors, and I think 8 are female. So, we want to empower as many people as we can. That's what life's about, is giving people a chance to do things. But thank you for the intro. I'm Jason Waller, CEO and founder of Power Home Solar. It's my 3rd business I grew from the ground up. I didn't finish high school. I didn't go to college. I came from an abusive family. My parents are better grandparents than they were parents. Love them to death, but they were young. They had kids in their teens, as did me and my wife. I've got 4 beautiful children, 1 granddaughter, and a grandson on the way. I married my high school sweetheart. We're still together, even though we had our daughter in her teens. And, I've always had this knack for wanting more. I've always had this knack for people telling me, including my in-laws. They weren't my in-laws at the time, that, I was worthless because I lived in a trailer park and we had no money, and I would go to school and people would make fun of me because I'd have fake Tommy Hilfigers on, or my car was very inexpensive. And I could handle a lot of things. It gave me thick skin. I wouldn't change anything, but it really motivated me. It made me take some of that of, how can I be better? How can I make her family, envious of what I can do for them, not the other way around? How can I, just grind and put my nose down to the ground and make a difference in my life and get some of these folks to see it? I don't need to flaunt it to them, but to turn haters into fans is kind of one of my mantras that I live by. It's important that you have people that doubt you, because it should motivate you. At least it did for me. And I try to share that in the podcast and a lot of the opportunities of, you can't let those things hold you down. You get to create your own map, but you have to take that fuel and you have to empower yourself to do bigger things, not necessarily to prove them wrong, but to prove yourself right, and let them keep watching you while you watch yourself. But I bounced around at sales companies early on, with a daughter and my wife wanting to eventually stay home. There was a time I was working 3 jobs at once. I was driving limos. I was helping my dad deliver papers at night. I was working, at Bell Atlantic / Verizon Wireless. And I said, I want to open my own company. And I didn't want to do it because I wanted to be rich. I was making pretty good money. I did it because I wanted to be my own boss. I wanted to change the world. I wanted to have something that I created that helped people and empowered people, and it made me feel better. I felt like giving back. I felt handcuffed. And I know a lot of you guys out there, a lot of the ladies out here, you feel handcuffed. You feel limited sometimes. You feel like you don't get the opportunity to really shine and do what it is you're supposed to do. Maybe there's another tree covering your sun and you just need some of those branches knocked back so you can grow. And I felt like I needed that. And so I opened a home security company up, not knowing what I was going to do. I mean, I had really no money. I was still working at Verizon Wireless business sales while I was building a home security business, doing door-to-door sales and putting flyers out and doing flyer calls. And it was really hard. I didn't pay myself for about 9 months until I left Verizon when the company was a little bit profitable and I can get somewhat of a check. But it was hard because I was hiring people at Chili's. I was hiring people at TGIF Fridays. I didn't have an office. I was running out of my master bedroom with a tile board from Home Depot. that had my schedule on it. And I had my wife helping me process paperwork, and I'm working during the day at Verizon and then at night running calls. And I was like, this is really hard. This is a tough gig. I just had my second child, and I wasn't getting to see her really grow up the first year or two because I was working 17, 18-hour days, 19-hour days. I mean, it was tough. It was all worth it, but I was working hard to try to change things. And I remember, as a young kid with no education, but a great sales skill and great leadership skills, I was raw. I'm still raw. Like I'm a bull in a china shop. I mean, that's what I am. I have a lot of ideas and a lot of energy, but I get coaching and mentoring right now to polish me up, to make things better. I know my strengths. I know my weaknesses. The good news is I knew that as a young man too. I knew like, hey, I've got to get better at this before I can kind of go on my own. But I felt insecure. I felt when I would hire people who had a college education, I felt they were better than me. When I hired people who had more money than me, I felt they were better than me. That was the insecurity of an older, young man coming up, a young boy feeling that way as a child. And I had to overcome that. I had to get out of my own way. I let that hold me hostage to growth early on. And I allowed people to work for me, run all over me because of my insecurities and not being able to manage them correctly and feeling like I was less than. And it took a bad sales meeting where I kind of snapped one day and telling a couple people to walk out and never come back, to kind of gain my grit and strength back and say, you know what, they work for me. What am I doing? They applied, I'm writing their check. Why do I feel this way? Why do I feel less than them? And you can't feel less than people, especially if it's your business and you're empowering them to be a part of that. And so long story short, I built that company up after I kind of got my feet on the ground of how to be a leader and how to manage that. And over 12 years, I built it up to doing 18 million in sales. And I didn't know what an EBITDA was. I sold the company to help build up another home security company. Still didn't know what EBITDA was. Made some money on these companies and sold the second security company after 2 years, and then opened up Power Home Solar. And when I did that, I knew I wanted to do something to change the world. I wanted to do something that impacted people, gave people the freedom to own their power. And I was excited about it, but I knew nothing about construction and I knew nothing about solar, and I had to learn fast. And so everything I ever sold the home security businesses for, I put into this company. We had an awesome house over in Lake Norman in North Carolina. I had to sell the house on the lake. My wife was giving me the stink eye. My kids were upset. We downsized. We bought a much smaller house so my oldest daughter can finish high school there. And we bought it over in Davidson. And, I stuck all that money into the business, and I didn't get a paycheck in that company for 22 months. And I need everybody to understand, when you're an entrepreneur, when you're a business owner, when you're opening something that you believe in and you love, you can't open something to get rich. The biggest failure entrepreneurs have is they open a company to try to get paid and to be rich. And that's where they fail, because they're pulling everything out of that business for themselves. They think, oh, I'm going to drive a Ferrari. I'm going to have a $2 million house. That's not how this works. When you're an entrepreneur, you need to have a bigger why than money. Money's a tangible item you get because the company's grown, but it's not something you should chase or something that should be one of your values of why you're opening your business. You open your business because you want to be your own boss. You open your business because you want to share a product or an idea. You open a business because you're excited and you want to grow as a team and do big things. You want to change the world. You want to serve people what you're wanting to do. That's why you open a business. And I learned when I talked about the home security business not getting paid, I have 3 big rules when you open a company. 1, you always pay your people first. No matter what, you pay your people. If that means you lose your house, you pay your people. 2, you pay your vendors. If you don't have vendors, you can't buy your product to sell it or to manage your business. 3, you pay your company back after those 2 are paid. Whatever you got left, you reinvest. And people are like, well, what about you? You get nothing. You get very, very, very little after you continue to pay your company back. You have to build a foundation in your business. The biggest failure I've seen in any folks that have opened a business is that they try to pay themselves too much and they don't give back to the business. When I tell you I didn't get paid the first 9 or 10 months in home security and 22 months at Power Home Solar and sold my house, had the family, what is going on? That not only gave me the strength to handle almost any decision without being fearful, because I've got everything on the line. But it showed me and it showed my team that I'm betting on myself and I'm betting on them and that I'm all in. And people won't follow you as a leader if you're not all in. People won't bet on your brand and work for you and row the same way you're rowing if you are not all in. And so I had to share that, like, hey, I'm all in, you guys. I'm not getting a check. You're getting a check. Let's make this happen, and empower them and feel like they're a part of something. And then they can entrust that I'm all in on this business, that it's not just a job. And for them, it's just not a job. This is something we're going to do together. And that really changed things with that mindset. And it took me to have my back against the wall and bet everything I had on it to figure that out. And I try to share that with early entrepreneurs. That is the rule. You got to live on macaroni and cheese, ramen noodles, and peanut butter jelly sandwiches. That's it. Like, you have to be cheap. You have to make the least amount of money in your organization for a hot minute before you can start making money, because you got to build that foundation. Your company's got to be able to withstand bad weeks, bad months, theft, bad employees, bad ideas, because you're going to fail. Every company fails, and then you learn, and you fail, and then you learn. And I think that was one of the biggest, peeves I have about people opening companies is they're like, oh, I'm going to get rich, I'm going to drive. No. And you see those folks that open a company and they're doing that, but that company it has no foundation. The first storm, the first problem, they're done. Happens every time. So that would be some of the tips I give you on building a business there. The other thing is that I've learned as I've gone on is you got to be humble and know your strengths. As I opened Power Home Solar, I still didn't know what EBITDA was. I didn't go to college. I didn't go to high school. I share this and people are like, I can't believe you say that. I didn't know. I mean, I ran a cash business doing $18 million in sales a year. I didn't know. I had a CPA. I managed some of the books. I didn't know. And I just know I wrote checks. Here you guys go. Let's go. We're growing a business. High five. And I had to learn fast as the solar company finally. So in 2015, when I opened up, we did 3 million in sales and we lost $1 million. So I had to give that million back. In 16, at the end of 15 going into 16, I remember being on a vacation that I probably shouldn't have had, but I booked it a year before with my family. And I was looking at my wife, and for the first time in a very, very long time, I felt really defeated. And I was in tears saying, I think I'm going to have to close shop. My business partner, Kevin's kind of given up. He's like, this is, we're losing money. And he didn't have the money to put into the business. I did. And so my wife was like, yeah, well, you're putting our house on the line. I mean, what are you going to do? And I went into January 16. I prayed about it. I thought about it. I said, you know what, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down in flames. I'm not going to go down and have that regret that I didn't give it 110%, that I quit when it got super hard and I got really scared. So I went in and I fired about 80% of the staff. People that I felt weren't for the mission. They weren't for the movement. They were for themselves and a paycheck. I fired them. And I started doing a lot of things myself. I bootstrapped myself. I helped do the designs. I helped do the fill out permit applications. I did all the sales over the phone. I was running appointments. I was running some in 15. I was running a ton in 16, where I'm showing up and I'm not telling the customer, oh, I'm the CEO. I'm like, I'm a sales rep. And so I would continue to build this from the bottom up. Therefore, I understood every position, and I couldn't be held hostage by somebody that worked for me that knew more than me in a position in my business to where now I can't make the correct decision for the brand. And so I really worked on that. And in late 16, things started to turn around a little bit. And by November, I started to get a paycheck. And as we went into 17, we were on pace to do 40 million in 17. So we did 3 million in 15. We did 14 million in 16. Lost money both years, negative. All that came from everything I've ever had personally and that I've built up in the security business. That came back into the business. But in 17, things started turning around. We opened up Michigan. It was our second state we opened up. We switched to American-made panels and we doubled overnight. And we said, whoa, we've got something here. People want stuff that's made here. They see it on the news. They see what's going on in 2017. They want this. They want to feel empowered. Why are we just chasing the person who wants to save the planet? That's very important. It's one of our missions, but it's bigger than that. People want to control their power. People want to own their power. People don't want to be held hostage from the utility company. So we had a mind shift and a marketing shift in 2017 that allowed us to grow. And you got in a business, when you're running a company, you got to be able to evolve. And you got to be able to pivot. It's very important that you pivot and evolve because things change all the time. Businesses change all the time. And if you don't change with it, you wither away. And so we started to see what was going on, and we changed the marketing and changed our mindset. And then we were on pace to do 40 million. And I got a little nervous. I said, this is waters I'm not used to. And in the problem in the solar business is when you're running a construction company, you pay, at least in our business, 80% of everything that customer costs before we see $1 in revenue. You pay for the marketing, you pay for half the sales commission, the design, the permitting, the interconnection, you name it, you pay for it. And by the time it's installed 6, 8, 10 weeks later, that's when you get revenue. So the more sales you get and you're trying to keep up on the installs, the bigger the gap, the more cash you need. So that becomes a problem because we didn't have a lot of cash. So we're like, we got to do a private equity raise. I didn't even know how to do a private equity raise. I didn't really understand what private equity was in 2017. So I met somebody, Steve Murphy, who's our president, is an older gentleman. He's been around billion-dollar companies in healthcare. And my business partner, Kevin, was so against, we don't need to bring anybody on. I'm like, dude, listen, we're great at vision. We're great at execution. We're great at building. We're great at motivating. But dude, I don't know how to build an HR team. I don't know how to build an accounting team. You don't know how to do that. We need to be able to be humble, sit back, and bring pieces into our business that fit the right way. I believe in life. Life is a puzzle, and so is your company. And you can't take the same piece because it never fits. You have to take pieces that are different than you and connect them in your life and in your business. You know, Superman doesn't win things on his own, but the Avengers, they can, because there's a bunch of them on a team that bring different superhero abilities. I believe that in business. You got to surround yourself with people who are smarter than you and bring different attributes to your business and to you to be better. And you do the same for them. That's very important. So I brought Steve Murphy on, and he cleaned up our books, and he got us a CFO and explained what EBITDA was. And by 18, we were looking to do a capital raise. And we really didn't need the raise at the time. Money started changing. These lending companies were paying us a little earlier based on our run rate, based on, you know, the accounts we were selling them and our growth. You know, we had better relationships with our distributors. But he told me, hey, in order to fulfill my mission and goal, and my mission and goal for Power Home is to empower as many homeowners as possible to own their power and to have a life-changing event for all our employees, all of them. So whether it be gain share or an IPO, I want them to all be able to cash in a check that changes their life. That's the goal. That's been my mission. They all know that, so they're a part of it. They're empowered to feel like an owner because really they're going to be. They're going to get a piece of the pie. And so in order to do that, Steve told me, like, hey, we have to do a small equity, a minority equity event. Check the box, and then debt, check the box, and then a bigger event. Okay. And I listened to him, and we did that. We brought on a partner in 18, which helped, gave us the cash flow to open up many more markets. And then, you know, in 17, we finished with about 40 million in sales. We were profitable. In 18, we did 105 million. We were profitable. 19, we did 185 million profitable. Last year, 390 million profitable. This year, we're on pace for 750 million, and we're profitable. We're in 16 states right now. We just opened up 2 last week. You know, we're coming to Florida, and we're going into Texas, and we've opened up all through the Midwest and all through the Southeast. And, you know, we employ almost 2,000 employees. And giving back during the pandemic, you know, everybody struggled. We saw that. We almost closed the doors. I think another tip for people out there, if you're running a business and you're going to be a leader, is when it gets tough, you can't show fear. And when the pandemic hit, we would get on calls. I mean, every hour. The executives were on calls. We were on calls with the state health departments. We were on calls with jurisdiction. We were on calls with our corporate attorneys. We were on calls with our HR benefit attorney. I mean, you name it, we were on calls. Cost us millions of dollars on these calls. And every day, everybody remembers what this was like last March and April. A different city would have a different, you know, things would happen. Same thing for us. A different city or jurisdiction would close. And what's going to happen? And it became what, this is crazy. What do we do? And our employees were fearful. And it was the day after GM, the executives lowered their pay and tried to stay open. And that was very inspirational to me. And we had a heated call with the executives. There's 5 of us. And it got heated, and there was conversations of furloughing and temporarily firing everybody, and then opening up whenever this passes. And, you know, tell our vendors, hey, this is what's going on, take a time out. Well, at the time we had about 800 employees. And I said I didn't want to do that. I said, you know, I don't feel right because of Stacy, who works in our customer service department, and she's a single mom. How's she going to pay her bills? How's she going to pay her rent? How's she going to get groceries? How's she going to get diapers and formula for a kid? You know, this is before they offered all the unemployment packages and the PPP packages, which didn't help us because we were at 800 employees. But this was early on, and I was worried about our employees. And I was worried about Mike, who's an installer, or Jeanette, who's an HR. I mean, you worry about these people because, you know, when you're running a business, it's your heart baby. You know, I've got 4 kids, but really I got 5. Power Home's my baby. So all these employees, that's my family. And so when they can't pay their bills and they're struggling, it hurts your feelings and you feel responsible. So I said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to close the doors. Here's what we're going to do. We're an essential service. We'll make sure that that's legit. And it was, because we offer battery and storage and solar. I said, we're going to give an opportunity. Fear for everybody is different. I have one kid that has autoimmune deficiencies. So I was super scared. I was like, oh, this is bad. I'm never scared of anything. And I freaked out for the first 60 days. And my wife, who's got OCD and has always been scared of everything, she was fine because this is her everyday life. So it was hard for everybody. And this was an everybody problem. It wasn't just a me problem or you problem. Everybody was going through these uncertainties and this fear. But I had to step up, put my big boy pants on. You know, I was challenged once again. What am I going to do? You know, what decision am I going to make? And so I said, look, we're going to stay open. We're going to take ourselves off payroll indefinitely till further notice. That created a little argument with some of the executives. I said, look, it doesn't matter. Our people are first. We're not getting paid till further notice. We called all our vendors and said, you guys are on timeout till further notice because we have to pay our people and be able to stay open. And most of the vendors complied. And we shared that with the employees. I went to a couple offices. We did everything we could, CDC guidelines, to keep it safe. If you didn't want to come to work, you could stay home and you could be inactive and you can get paid for any vacation or PTO time. And after that, you can keep your benefits. But if we were able to make you work from remote, we tried to do that. Not every job was possible to do that. So we did everything that we could do. We felt really good that we gave an opportunity. You wanted to work, you could. If you didn't, you didn't have to. You can come back later. We felt super great about that. I went to an office, I filmed a video, I talked to the employees there, we showed that, and I shared that we went off payroll because we want our company to stay open for our employees that need to pay their bills. Well, that inspired so many directors and managers that we had 40 or 50 different leaders in our company surrendering and volunteering some of their commissions and bonuses to make sure we stayed open. It put the executives in tears. We were like, whoa. I mean, that's how the bond was and the unity was in our business. And, you know, during the pandemic and everything else going on in the world at that time, where there was a lot of hate and fear, Power Home was united. We were a family. We didn't hear any of that. It was actually a break for people to come back to normalcy and have that family. And it inspired people. And then here's what it did for our business. Because it's so unfortunate that this happened and a lot of people lost their jobs, it allowed us to capitalize and get really good people that may not have came to work for us because they work for somebody else. So our talent and our bench just blew off the ship. I mean, we were getting A and B talent where sometimes we can only get C in certain cities or locations because, you know, we're in 25 different locations and we were hiring all kinds of people. So during the pandemic, we went from about 800 employees to about 1,600. And we doubled in size. We grew and we doubled down on TV. So because people were scared, they didn't want to be without power. And so we were able to offer the battery and the storage, and things just really grew for us. And we were fortunate, but it's because we had the right culture. It's because we had the right leadership. It's because our team didn't see fear in the leadership. We had one little blip during all of this, which created a problem. I was on a call with an attorney and the executive team heard a rumor early on, this is late March, early April, that somebody in Troy, we have an office in Troy, Michigan, that his girlfriend's daughter had COVID. This is what got to the executive team. And that they had to shut down the office because they saw her this weekend. And I got off the call with the attorney. I'm talking to the executives. They're like, yeah, we just closed down the office in Troy. And now Mooresville, North Carolina is freaking out because they think COVID's running through our company. And I lost it. I said, why would you guys make that decision? Did you even investigate anything? What did we do? Like, we're acting on fear. And you just showed that to the employees. Like, who is it? And they told me who the person was. I said, all right, let's get the attorneys to call that guy. I bet that's a game of telephone. And that changed. I know that guy. And I think his girlfriend's daughter lives somewhere else and she's grown. She's not a kid. So we investigated. It turns out his girlfriend that daughter lived in Chicago. They live in Michigan. She's a doctor. She contracted the virus, and they talked to her on the weekend. They didn't see her in 3 months, but they talked to her. But that story with the game of telephone went up to all the way to the director, to the executive level, that he was exposed to it. We need to shut down 130 jobs right now and clean the place. Well, we did clean the place and people went home, which is great. We were doing that anyways. But now we had fear at other locations we had to overcome. And I say that because that's where we made a mistake. Had we investigated and called that guy, figured it out before we made a knee-jerk reaction, we wouldn't have scared a lot of people. And I'm sure we lost some people that week, some employees like, I'm not going back there, I'm scared of COVID. And we enabled fear to them when we didn't have to. We didn't have the data to show or say anything. It was all fear. And that was okay. It was early on this. But I can say, you know, we were very responsible throughout this. I think maybe 40 or 50 people contracted COVID still to this date. I myself have had it. The whole executive team's had it. And we've only had one person hospitalized from it. He was an older gentleman out of Chesterfield, Michigan. And, you know, he was in the hospital for 2 weeks, came back out, and things are great. So we've been blessed and we've been fortunate. But we've always done the right thing, gave everyone the opportunity based on fear. And I say that it's important when you're building a business that you're doing what's right for your people. You need to know your audience, what's going to help them. You know, everybody's situation is different. You need to empower your people to make decisions. You need to empower your people to feel like they're a part of something bigger than just a job. Another tidbit that I learned early on in 15 when I fired 80% of the people is after I started to build the team up, I created this 80-20 rule. And a lot of people don't like it. I don't care. I think it's very important. And we empower and tell, you know, it's mandatory that our directors eliminate or 20% of their staff every month. Could be 10% this month, 30% next month. But we do that. People are like, well, why would you do that? Well, because we're not UPS and we're not FedEx. There's nothing wrong with those companies, but they're flatlined. And in order to grow like this, you need new blood, you need new energy. I believe 20% of everyone's staff does 80% of the work. You guys all know when you set the KPIs out there, if you got 10 people, 2 are doing like almost everybody's job. Then the next 60%, they do the other 20% of the work. And then that bottom 20% that I've seen in 3 businesses, thousands and thousands of employees over time, those are the ones that are bringing people down. It's just a job. They're complaining, they're hating, they're pointing fingers, they're making excuses. They're hurting the brand. They're hurting the culture. They're hurting the team. They're bringing everybody down rather than them get out of their own way and work harder or learn or be coached. They just didn't fit. So when I put that in place in 16, things really started to change. And so we still live by that. We have KPIs, we have departments, we have sales department with 300 and, you know, field energy consultants, 350 people. Every month, you know, they have a PIP plan. And if they're not hitting their KPI numbers, they're eliminating close to 20% every month and replacing and adding to that. And that works for us. And that's like some people are like, wow, it's not about tenure. For us, tenure, we have tenure in HR, customer service. We have tenure in accounting. We have tenure in different departments that, you know, the KPIs, you know, are there, but the culture is a little different. There's, you know, if they've got 10 people in a department, they may lose 1 or 2 a quarter. That's not that, you know, that's okay. With sales, because it's a, you know, the way it's a W-2 commission only job, there's going to be a lot of turnover. With installations, I mean, those guys, they're risking their lives going on roofs in snow and ice and sun. And, you know, it's another cool thing. We've got a handful of female project managers and crew leaders. And they're some of the hardest working install ladies I've ever seen in my life, always kicking butt on the guys to do that. But even them, they have to terminate and fire 20% of the people that work for them. And we've done really well on that. Some people don't believe in it. I love it. I think it holds people accountable. You're always addressing your KPIs. People know where they're at. Competition brings greatness. I think that if people, you know, if all of us are doing a job and we all have the same requirements and we all have the same training, then, you know, we should be accountable for our numbers. I treat my business like I do a team. I want the best players on the court and I want the best players on the bench, period. And you know, this brings the best out of everybody. If it's a training issue, we're going to train them. But if it's just an effort issue, it's just a job or a paycheck to them, that ends up weeding out most of who the 20% is. We see that all the time. You know, the other thing I think that's very important is, you know, when you're growing a business, you want to make sure you have an open door policy, because at our company, we grow within, right? So all of our regionals and directors started at the bottom in sales and production. And we've got 5 regionals, 2 directors, 26 project managers, 26 district managers. All of them started at the bottom and moved up as we grew. They grow with us. There's a plus to that because it really emphasizes culture. There's a negative to that because they don't have the leadership training. They're not good at being a leader. They might be the best salesperson, best installer. So we created a thing called Power Home University, where we go in and do training and development for all our managers, directors, and executives all the time. You take classes, you're part of a group. It's, you know, you're learning from each other, and it allows you to really be a better leader. And this is what people want. People want the ability to learn and to be better. And it's what this whole group is about, right? It's about learning and being better, getting mentored, being mentored. My whole goal is I've got 2 or 3 different coaches and mentors, and in some cases I pay for that. In some cases I don't, they're friends. Either way, I know whatever I'm learning, I get to reinvest into people. So it'll all come back. And I think that that's super important, that all of us are humble enough to say, hey, I don't know everything, like I did with the EBITDA, like I did with, not understanding how to streamline certain things on our accounting, or how to build a corporate infrastructure with HR. There's so many things that I've learned. I mean, now I know what EBITDA means. We're getting ready to go to transaction now and partner with somebody. So we're going to try to take this company public in the next 2 years. And we think it's very doable. And I can't wait to see the faces of our employees cash in their check. Like, that's what does it for me. It's not the money, and I tell people, I've been poor and I've been rich, and life was easier when I was poor. And I don't care if I have 25 million, 250 million, or 25 billion. I can't spend it all anyways. So why not, pay it forward? Don't be greedy. Give back to our team, give back to our community, give back to our customers. That's what's important to me. And I think that, as you grow as an individual or as an entrepreneur, that you realize things aren't going to be fair. People are going to judge you, especially here with the ladies. I mean, it's some men. I'm not. I love it because I told you guys about my 14-year-old daughter, and all my daughters are great in her way. My 22-year-old daughter she always wanted to be a mom. She's the best mom in the world. People, your daughter didn't go to college? No, she didn't go to college. She wanted to be a mom, and she is the best mom I've ever seen. I mean, my wife was a good mom, but dude, my daughter is awesome. And then she's got a fiance. He's the best thing I could ever ask for. He doesn't go out, what's he do for a living? Well, I mean, he works for my company. He's about 8 levels down from me. I don't know exactly what it is he does. He does auditing and stuff part-time, and he wants to do more. But I told him when he asked for a hand before she got pregnant, as long as you keep her safe and you keep her happy, I don't care. I can always take care of her. I don't care. I want her safe and happy. Well, he's done that and then some, and he is the best father I've ever seen. If he was out trying to conquer the world, he wouldn't be a perfect father. He would be too busy working and grinding. And here's what's really cool. He empowers my daughter to go out and open up her business that she's going to do. I love that. She gets to go out and do that, and he gets to stay home, and it's a perfect team. I've been blessed to have, the way that's gone down with my daughter, and Alex is perfect. And my 17-year-old, she's an athlete. She'll probably go to college. She wants to play sports. She plays softball and basketball. My 14-year-old, I'm telling you, she's going to be a president of the United States or something. She gets letters from the principal at Detroit Country Day and the teachers saying all her presentations are off the charts. They've never seen anything like it. Her debates, she's so argumentative. I mean, she is not like my other kids. My kids are a little bit more conservative. She is pretty hardcore liberal, which is what I love about her, because she's her own individual spirit and she challenges everybody and she has great valid arguments. And I allow the kids to debate. And, even my son who tries to chime in, I allow them until I have to break it up. But I love to hear what they're thinking, where their heart is, what their arguments are. And, London's pretty good at that. And then, I think it's important to, when you're doing things in life, to remember to have time for your family, but they're watching. My daughters are watching what we're doing with the business. And, my son's watching what I do with the business. My wife watches what I do. It's so important to be the same kind of character and person in your beliefs at work as it is at home. There's too many times I say people are completely different at each, and I don't think that's fair. And I think that's wrong. I think who you are needs to shine on both sides of the business. And I would leave you guys with this. if there's something you don't like about your job or your career, or there's something that you feel challenged with, you are capable of doing anything you want. Nobody can stop you. Nobody can box you in. You get to create your own map. That's the best part of life. Things can be hard. We've seen people like Oprah had the worst childhood ever. Look what she's accomplished. We set our own map. We create it. So every day you get up, you make that decision. And during COVID, things can be hard, but be creative, create opportunity, dig in deep. What can I do to be different? That's what this is about. Look for mentorship, look to be coached, ask questions. Don't be prideful. Don't sit there and think you know everything, and don't be intimidated to ask for help. People think it's weakness. That's a strength. I pride myself on saying I'm a better leader and I'm a stronger leader because I'm humble in knowing what I do well and what I don't do well. And I'm smart enough for the brand to bring people in who are smarter than me. I challenge each and every one of you to do that if you're going to go and start opening companies and do your own thing. But I also challenge you to find happiness. Success isn't money. Success isn't how many employees you get. Success is filling a void. You may be a teacher and you're successful, and you should be because you're impacting lives every day. You may be a nurse or a doctor. You're successful. You are saving lives every day. That is success, is filling that void and helping the world and serving people. And I think that too many people get lost in I got to make money or get big, and you don't. You just need to find something that makes you happy. If you're not happy in what you do, you need to change that and bet on yourself. That's all I got.
That was amazing, Jason. So many incredible takeaways, and you're so incredibly humble with everything you've accomplished. I love listening, and I would just encourage everyone to follow Jason on his social channels, his podcast. Obviously, he's running a nearly billion-dollar business, so he's very busy. I'd love, for him to connect with everyone offline, but I'm not sure that's possible. But the way to, get a hold of his, tips and mentoring and follow him is listening to his podcast. There's so many, everything you just talked about today, so many valuable takeaways. And one thing I think that's really important to reiterate is, I think as women, we're pleasers. And, when you said as a leader, you have that role. And I think that's what good leaders have to do sometimes. They have to make tough decisions. So, if you kept everyone on board, those people are probably not well suited for your company, but they're well suited for another company. So I think that's for me, that was a really, great takeaway. So many wonderful actionable items that hopefully people can use in their business. And even as solopreneurs, a lot of people who are solopreneurs are trying to build their own brands. We have some incredible women on our panel that are going to be speaking. So, Jason.
Well, look, you can follow me on Instagram. I don't do the posting there, but I do respond to DMs. So, I'd be interested in helping anybody out or giving ideas. The podcast does have a lot of that. We have some great guests on there that tell their story. And a lot of the underdog bites is me just going through different situations, anxiety and how it affects my family, or, confidence and how it affects me as a business owner. So it's if it's something that you're into and you want to, catch some knowledge, definitely check it out. Got a question for me? I don't know if I have time to, if they have time for me to answer one or two questions, but I'm always available to help people out. It's my duty in life. So
Clubhouse is awesome because people can get engaged and ask you questions. And I see so many young entrepreneurs that are on there, and you're just giving so much value. So I would encourage everyone to find you on Clubhouse as well. I know Leslie is supposed to start at 10:30, but if we, I know Margaret had one question just about building a brand, and maybe you can just give a quick soundbite, Jason, on your way, just in final words. She asked, would you say the same thing about building a brand, that you can't grab the first people who reach out to you for payment of some kind, but what they're offering isn't akin to your brand at all. So how do you respond to that, which is, aligning with your brand for solopreneurs and small?
Yeah, I think building a brand's key. So we used to build Power Home as the brand the first 3 years. It was all about the logo and the shield. And then recently in 19, we hired a new ad agency who wanted to put me on the commercials. And I was like, absolutely not. And he's like, nope, we were going to hire Morgan Freeman, true story. We had this whole deal done. He was going to be our spokesman. And I love Morgan Freeman. He's one of my favorite actors. And anything he says, everybody listens, right? He's like God in like 2 movies. Like he's the best voice in the world. And they said, dude, no, you can sell this product. People trust you. You need to be in the homes. And then you need to be able to, they need a face with the brand that builds more credibility and trust. It can't, think of the Jolly Green Giant with the green beans, or, think of, the My Pillow guy. Not a great analogy because we're different people, but that's the example. So I think that, when I did that, I was really bothered. I use a word that I felt awkward because I didn't like to see my face on TV or any of the ads and stuff. It bothered me. I got used to it. And I understand what it does now. It did help sales. It did help brand it. So we went from branding our logo and our company name to branding me and the company, which builds more credibility. And I think in any solopreneur that is coming through, you've got to build a brand. And if you're going to be the face of that brand, you need to be the face of the brand, not feel guilty. I always say, the more you harass people online, the more people upset, you did your job. That means other people are listening and they're excited to do business with you, because you're going to get those friends and family like, look, I'm tired of seeing your stuff. Great, then mute it. But I'm building a business here and you want to get that feedback. That means you're doing the right thing. You can't let that insecurity of, am I bothering people, get in the way? Stick that to the side. If they're your real friends, they'll understand it. Explain it to them. I'm going all out on this. This is my livelihood. So the more you get harassed, Jenny, Mike, Frank, whoever your friends are, family, the more I'm going to get other customers, because that means I'm sending that web out enough to get people to come in and see what I'm doing. And I think too many times people are scared and intimidated to bother people or be annoying. There's no such thing. You want to find customers, you want to build your brand, you just go and go and go. There's no such thing, in my opinion, as bad press. If they're talking about you, then other people are listening. You want people to talk about you, period. That's the goal.
That's awesome, Jason. Sandy has a really quick question, and then we're gonna start our agenda.
Hi, Jason. Just one quick question for you. Oh wait, sorry, don't do that. This is clicking. Okay. Just one quick question for you, Jason. Why are you so passionate about supporting women in business, and why is it so important that everyone in our community, even our state governments, should support women in business? I'd like to hear your perspective on that.
Well, great question. My dad and mom have been together 44 years. And my mom's always worked her whole life, always wanted to open her own business, didn't. She worked in she worked at a grocery store and was a cake decorator. Then she worked at a Bill Print Center and just grinded on third shift. And I saw the struggle she went through. And, my wife came from a broken home where her dad went to prison when she was young. And her mom had to work and take care of her and her sister on her own. And there were times that her mom wasn't the best mom. She had to live with her grandma. So I've always had this I have to take care of type thing. Like, what can I do to empower or help my mom? What can I do to help her empower who's now my wife, my girlfriend? And then I had a daughter in my teens. And I think for a young man to have a daughter look at him in the face and you're like, I got to do big things and take care of her, you get inspiration. Well, I had 2 other daughters after that, and then my son. And every move I make, I always think about, how does that impact my girls? I want them to, marry someone better than me. And I feel like I'm a really good guy, but you always want your kids to marry better or be better. And my wife was working when we first got married. And then she asked when we were having our second child to stay home, and she did. And so I worked 2 and 3 jobs so she could stay home. And that was great. But when my son went to school, he's 10, 5 or 6 years ago, she had major anxiety and depression. She lost her identity. She was blaming me early on that I controlled her of being great and doing things. And I never did. But she wanted to stay home and she was fearful of failing. There were so many times I'm like, no, let's get a daycare or nanny and you do this. And she didn't want to. And she felt like time slipped her by where she was raising kids for like 15 years and didn't have any skill sets, even though she worked with me sometimes. And I hated that for her. And I said, what can we do? And so she's been a part of 1 or 2 businesses now. She's trying to get off the ground. She's going to do something with my daughter. But I don't want my daughters to ever feel that way. I don't want any girl or woman to feel that way, that they're not supposed to work or they can't go open a business. And that miscommunication or time in our marriage that, that she felt handcuffed raising kids when, we even had a nanny, but she just was scared to take that leap. And I should have been more productive of helping her, walking her through those steps of that leap, getting more involved, because I was working so hard to pay for everything. There were so many mistakes that I made early on that I could have addressed that, where she's had anxiety and depression of, oh, I didn't do anything. And look at all these women that have accomplished so much. And I'm always like, well, Liz, you raised a great family. That's still an accomplishment. You can't be discouraged. And now, she just turned 40 and all our kids go to school and one's moved out. I'm like, you could do whatever you want. And so she's a little nervous and I'm going to walk her through it, but I feel bad. And I feel like, sometimes we get too busy working and I miss that opportunity. So I'm always empowering my girls and my son. Like, look, you get to do whatever you want. You want to go to college? Great. If you don't, fine. Let's find a skill set or something you want to get into. I think the pressure we put on kids is wrong. When you're like, you have to go to college to get a good job, that limits them. In today's world with coding and websites and entrepreneurs and online sales and influencers, they don't have to go to college. It would be good if they went to college, but it's not necessary for the job that they pick. And so I've empowered my daughters and son to do that. And I think I take it personally because it hurts my feelings when I've been around a lot of business guys who are chauvinistic pigs. I say that. I mean, I don't like that at all. It bothers me. I said, I've got 3 daughters. I've got a wife. I've got a mom. It bothers me. And when I say this, I truly mean it. You'll see if you watch that 2-minute drill. I think, and I say this, I think women are smarter than men. I just do. I think they're able to juggle more things. I think they're more creative. And I think that the mindset of the fear of some women to take that leap because of the world we live in, it holds them back. It's the same thing for applying for a job, an executive in our business or anything. There are a lot of women that that might not have the credentials. I'll give you an example. If our credentials are, you have to have an MBA, which we don't. We believe in hiring for value and culture and personality and the person. We can train skill sets. But if there are some requirements there, a man in most cases will wing it and maybe even fib a little bit to try to do the interview. A female won't. They come prepared. They come ready. And so they might not apply for a job that they think they can't be prepared for. And I hate that. Because if I interviewed 10 women for a position, and I'm not kidding, I think 7 could easily get hired. I interviewed 10 minutes, like 2, because they wing it. They don't come prepared. And I think it's that fear factor that a lot of women have of taking the leap and nervous of failure. And if we can get them over the failure and they learn from that, I think we'd see some bigger change as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. That was awesome. And I know you're obviously busy and we appreciate you being here on Saturday. And thank you again for the support of the Michigan Women Forward and the Safe Alliance and just sharing so much of your wisdom. We have such an amazing agenda with some incredible women. I hope that offline you connect with some of these ladies because I feel like there's so many synergies with a lot of what you shared. So I'm going to thank you again, Jason, and I'm going to introduce Leslie Streeter.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jason.
Jason, I just want to say real quick, thank you so much, number one, for listening to your wife. I think that is just tells so much about you. Because as women, that is our struggle. It's our finding our identity and where we belong. And I guarantee had she had a big career, she would have been, had that guilt of I wasn't there enough for the kids. And that's where we always find ourselves, is caught in the middle, trying to meet this standard of doing it all. And it's truly impossible. It's more of a seesaw effect that we have to learn. But thank you just for everything you said and your respect for women and being willing to listen and understand all of that. And thank you for all the nuggets you dropped on us.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Joy. Thank you.
It was awesome. I feel like so many women can relate to what his wife feels and felt as well. So hopefully we'll have her on the next Sisterhood for Success event.
I try. She's so shy. I'm like, Liz, your story is amazing. Like her childhood is as bad as it gets. And I'm like, but she's shy. I'm working her. I'm like, come on, she's getting a little better, but she just gets shy.
We'll do an interview style with her. That might help her. Maybe we'll drop by in person and do interview style. That'll helps.
That'll be good. That'll be good. Thank you. Hey, thank you. I hate that I have to get off, but I have to go meet them we're in Florida and I have to meet them over at the boat. I've got my parents flew into town, but thank you guys so much. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for allowing us to give back. Thank you for all of you ladies getting together and doing great things and empowering other women. I appreciate that. The future is bright. Love you guys. Appreciate it. Bam.
Thank you, Jason. Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Leslie, thank you so much for being patient. Leslie is amazing. I'm so thrilled to have, she's like a celebrity in South Florida, by the way. Yes, you are. And so I am going to make an introduction to her talk, but I also just want to share, she's also someone I consider a mentor and inspirational woman. She was on the Today Show during the pandemic, and I really believe that she needs her own television show. Her energy and her wisdom also, so many women can benefit. I mean, men obviously too, but so many women can benefit from her journey, her resilience. I look at what she's been through, and so many other women who are going to be speaking today. And I think, geez, it just makes you realize, you know what, you can level up. If somebody like Leslie has been through what she's been through, it makes some other things seem insignificant. So I am going to share, Leslie's topic is finding meaning after misfortune. What happens when happily ever after ends before you've imagined, and how do you ever get back to being happy after that? Journalist and author Leslie Grace Streeter shares her personal experience of rebuilding her life after the sudden death of her husband at age 44, the basis of her memoir, Black Widow. A sad, funny journey through grief for people who normally avoid books with words like journey in the title. I love that. And she shares her ideas for how all of us can look forward from grief and uncertainty with a little help and a lot of humor. And so I would encourage everyone to follow Leslie. Her book is incredible, Black Widow. But again, just her personality and her resilience is just such an inspiration, and everyone will get a little bit of a flavor of it today. So thank you, Leslie. We're so incredibly happy to have you. And Leslie's an amazing journalist as well.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you so much. This is so exciting. I was like taking notes during the previous look. This is really good. This is really good. Okay. Thank you guys for having me. I want you to imagine a rom-com. I don't know if you like them. I love them, even if they're cheesy, even like the Hallmark variety. It's like, I never expected that these two people who did not get together, do not like each other, would wind up together. What is that about? It's a shock. Anyway, imagine that there's a rom-com, and say that the heroine is killing it, like professionally. She's got a lot of friends, she's super popular, she's kind of cute, looks a little like me. In her late 30s, the only thing she's not killing it in is romance. She picks, as the Millionaire Matchmaker says, her picker is off. She picks the worst people. It's almost a joke at this point. And she takes a little break after a really bad kind of run, and she meets this guy. And it turns out actually they've known each other for 20 something years. They were in high school together, never got together. Here's where the rom-com part comes in. He's white, she's black, he's Jewish, she's Baptist. It's a whole situation. There's some ups and some downs. They got a crazy whirlwind thing, and they get married after a lot of ups and downs at this fabulous wedding on Palm Beach. The broom is jumped, a glass is stepped on, it's black, it's Jewish, there's electric slide, there's brunch. Happy ever after, the end. Except imagine that there's a sequel that no one told you about, where this couple, they're still moving, they're grooving, they try to have a baby, they can't. They find a baby within their family that they're going to adopt. Things are going well. He's about to start a great new power job, and then he dies of a heart attack very suddenly at 44. You would probably think that's the worst stupid sequel I've ever heard. I would like my money back, please. And I would as well, but I cannot, as this is my life. And that's what happened. And as was noted before, it's the basis of my memoir, Black Widow, which is about the first year of my widowhood after losing my husband at the age of 44. And when things like this happen, your first reaction is to try to find the why, to try to find the meaning. And I suggest to you that the trying to find the meaning, the trying is not as important as the living it. And that's the hard part. Nobody likes that part. There is a song that came out when I was in my early 20s by an artist named Beth Nielsen Chapman, who was widowed. And at 21, I couldn't imagine being widowed. I couldn't marry, like imagine marriage or like a third date with someone who was actually going to continue to pay for things. So this was over my head, but the song struck me, was called Sand and Water. And the line said, all alone, I tried to find some meaning in the center of this pain I felt inside. And like I said, that's what we always try to find, because it doesn't make sense. If this thing happened, why did it happen? It makes more sense if we can immediately say, well, there's a why to this, there's a where to this, there's a lesson I'm going to learn, thus, the ending of the Hallmark movie. I believe that the first thing we have to do is not to try. If we try to find the meaning before the healing, we're trying to find the meaning before we've lived the middle. It's like you say, okay, I've started the story. Oh, I'm at the end, and here's roll the credits. You're like, but what happened to when did we learn anything? When did we have a chance to delve into it? The problem is that the delving into it is the painful part. The delving into it is the part where you feel utterly alone. The pain, that's the shock and the grief and the stages of grief and all that stuff. And that's the hard part. When my husband died, the things that I hated the most were the things that people said to you, where they tried to find some meaning in it immediately so that you would feel better and they felt better, like they said something profound and they could go back to watching Jeopardy. Things like, oh, he's in a better place, or God needed another angel, or my least favorite, Scott has completed his cycle around the sun. First of all, the hell does that mean? Second of all, it's like, oh, I thought that the father of my child had died and I was utterly alone. But you mentioned the cycle and oh my God, it makes so much sense. Let's get brunch. No. I have often said to people in previous speeches that people misunderstand when people would say, when I wrote my book, and things seem to be going well, they would say things like, well, that was the reason that your husband died. Also, I'm not going to use these fingers, but you know what I want to say. And, or, well, that was the why. It's like, no, it was the because. My husband did not die so that I could write a book and meet Hoda and Jenna and hang out with James Patterson, because I would rather have my husband back. Screw those things. Because my husband died, I have been able to, with love and prayer and therapy and friends and really good bourbon, figure out how to tell my story to reach people. Because he died, I have a story to share with other grieving and hurting people who've had either a similar loss or something like that, to say, you are not alone. Because he died, I have a platform to use my, inability to shut up, which is, one of the good things about me, and what I believe is a talent for writing and for speaking, to be able to help people. Those two things are not the same. And that's part of the meaning, but it certainly didn't happen just to do this. Because like I said, I would much rather not be talking to you and have written about something like How I Won $1 Billion. That's the book I want to write. I haven't done it yet, but that's the book I would like to write. Another thing to do is acknowledging the suckage. Part of where we are and the thing that we try to avoid when we skip from the beginning to the end is acknowledging that things suck, because we don't want to be there. I write in my book that the very beginning of my grief journey, you know how I feel about that word, journey, is that I had just stuck my toe into a pool, and where I needed to go, wherever that was way across the water. I couldn't see, but I had to get there. But first I had to immerse myself in it. You know, it is when you go to a pool and your kids are in the pool and they're splashing, and they're like little web people. They're like, woo woo, and you're like, God, this sucks, because it's cold and you can feel that it's cold. You can feel the cold coming up. But if you're going to get anywhere, if you're going to get those laps in, if you're going to get in and play with your kid and not just go, I threw the ball to you. Oh, no, you can get it. You have to jump in first. And that's what the suckage that I refer to is. You have to acknowledge that this happened and that you are where you are, and that it's going to be a very long way to get to wherever that is. And because everyone's grief and everyone's pain and everyone's loss is different, it doesn't look the same that it does for someone else. It doesn't look the same that it did for your other friend who lost her husband, or for your mother. It doesn't look the same way that it did when I had lost my dad several years before Scott died. It wasn't the same loss. It was a loss, and I believe it prepared me, but I didn't know what that was, to be, as I say in my book, ground zero for the grief. I was like, here, you're the wife, you're right here, and there's no one else who the loss is as significant to in that way. And I had to acknowledge that. And that feels horrible, because I had to remove the padding around it and just say, okay, this is awful, and stop soft pedaling it. And that was the only way that I could start healing. Another thing that I had to learn to do was to stretch. And by I mean that, I mean both physically, mentally, in any way, because stretching is preparation. I'm a very slow runner. I used to be a semi-moderate runner, and now I'm a slow run walker. I'm probably a fast run walker, but because I have to be. And sometimes I just get bored. The other day I was running in the park, and I took a walk break, and a friend of mine was like, "Oh, I'm waiting outside your house." I go, "Great." So I ran, and that got me there. But then I was like, but before, I used to be able to just, when I was in my 30s, I could just get up in the morning and run a 5K. And I wouldn't stretch because stretching was boring. And my knees and I are paying the cost for that. Now I have to stretch. I got to do a whole yoga thing. I got to come back, do some more yoga. I got to walk. I got to cool down. When I say in this opportunity that you have to stretch, it means that you have to not only acknowledge the suck, but you have to get ready for your healing, like therapy. You have to maybe make a plan. When I talked before about the books that the things that were not helpful to me when I first started my journey, I wrote my book because, like I said, I wanted something that acknowledged the rawness, the parts where you couldn't sleep, the parts where you were yelling at God, the parts where you were sick of your family, and then they left and went, "Oh no, where'd you go? Where'd you go?" The parts where you just weren't happy and you kind of had to do that. The parts where you rolled over in the middle of the night to where your husband was supposed to be sleeping and he's not there. The part where you have to deal with people you don't like, but they're nice to you and they brought you some chicken and you go, "Fine, leave the chicken and some cake, then you can go." All of those things. Those things aren't mentioned in a lot of those books that assume that there are 5 stages to doing this, or the 8 steps to happiness, or whatever. That's BS. Those don't exist, because, like I said, everyone's journey is different. And it bothered me that there were not a lot of things that wanted to be in the raw, to stay in the raw, to talk about that. They want to go, and then there was a time I felt really sad, but here's the thing I learned, and it's really happy. Here's the happy. You can't get to the happy too fast. You have to prepare yourself for the fact that it's going to be a long time. And I wrote the book that I thought other people will relate to say, this is where we are. Also, the next thing you have to do after you stretch is move. There's a song called "I Dare You to Move," which is a Christian song. I find that very applicable to every part of this journey again, because you have to do something. There was a moment not long after my husband died where it was probably 6 o'clock in the morning. My mother had moved down to help co-parent my then 2-year-old. And I was in the house, in the living room of the home that I shared with my husband, next to his, what I call the Archie Bunker recliner. And I can see it's now in the house. It's moved with me 80 times. I'm in Baltimore now, where we grew up, and it's in my room where I can see it. But he's not there, but the recliner still is. And I melodramatically collapsed to the floor and did that, like Mullen from Steel Magnolias, "Why?" And I'm yelling at God, and I'm, it was a mess. Tears, screaming, the whole thing. And I kind of did this into a ball. And I heard a voice in my head, which I assumed was God, saying, "Get up." It's like, I don't want to get up. But I had to get up. A, because it was unsightly. B, because the baby needed something to eat and I couldn't teleport it. So I was like, okay, if I can get off the floor, then if I can just move off the floor, then that's a start. So I got to my feet, I leaned on the recliner, and I got up. Then I go, okay, if I can just get to the kitchen. I don't know why, I'm just gonna get to the kitchen. I'll prepare myself that forward. I got to the kitchen. And then I was like, now that I'm here, what do I do? Do I make coffee? That seems like too much. I can boil some water and make some tea. Okay, now I'm gonna make some tea. And now I've moved. So now that I'm moving, I'm going to keep moving. That forward momentum was all that I needed, but I had to get up first. I had to make the first move. When we are in times of struggle, sometimes that movement, that first inching into that pool or onto that street, or drag, if you got to drag yourself, sometimes we drag, sometimes we skip, sometimes we can walk like a normal person, but we have to go someplace. And this is the other thing is, sometimes we go in circles, sometimes we go left or right, sometimes we, like in the stages of grief, you shoot into sixth step, you go back to the second. They were never meant to be linear. The only thing that you cannot do is move backwards. I wished that I could have gone back. The life that I had with my husband was gone. That I couldn't, even though we were physically in the same house, same job, same kids, same clothes, same Talladega Nights DVD in the DVR. That was not an option for me anymore. And I couldn't stay there. So I had to move forward. And which is easier than it sounds. And like I said, there's no template for how to make that move. Mine, a lot of it was encompassed in my next step, which is to seek co-pilots. In my book, I call them my village, which included my very best friends, my twin sister, who, when she got the call around 4:00 in the morning that my husband had died, rolled over to her husband in Annapolis, Maryland, and said, give me the credit card. I got to get to my sister. And she got on a plane and she got to me. My mother was there 2 hours later from Baltimore and Little Rock, Arkansas, respectively. And they showed up. People showed up for me, whether it was my friend Jason, who had been my one male bridesmaid in my wedding of, I think I had 10 bridesmaids and he was one of them. He came down after the funeral and made me eat sushi and take walks and watch John Wick. It was healing. Keanu was healing. The people that just showed up because they knew that I trusted them enough to know when to back off and when to push. Those are invaluable people in your life. And those people don't judge you when we're looking for quote unquote meaning. They don't judge you. If they really love you, they will, even if they have their own feelings and their own opinions, they will not judge you by any template other than your own. And they won't say, well, I expected you to be here, or I expected you to not be here. I mean, they'll help you. They'll stop you from falling off a cliff, but they might push you into the shower. Or I had a friend, Libby, who's still one of my very best friends, who in the very beginning, she would come to my house. She would say it's because she wanted to see what new food someone had dropped off, but really it's because she wanted to see how I was. And after a while, she would say, we're going to go out. I would go, I don't want to go out. And she'd go, hey, I'm in the Uber, too late. Your mother already said she'd watch Brooks. I can't stop the Uber, sorry. And sometimes we just go and have dinner and stare at each other and not talk. But she knew that I needed to take that next step forward, and that was helpful.
Leslie, can I chime in for 1 second? I just wanted to ask you two things because Jason ran late. Because I know you and I talked about your presentation and you have so much additional information and value. Do you mind if we switch gears to Lori and then come back to you? Do you have time, in another?
Actually, I don't. But is it possible that I can just make my very last point, and then if there's any questions, then I can get out of your hair?
Please, another 10 minutes is fine. I just wanted to see if that was an option before.
I know, and I had planned. I'll, as you know, I got lots to say. I can.
I want you to, because you talked about.
Oh, no, honey, you're fine. You're fine. Like I said, I know that it's a Saturday and we all have things to do, and I enjoy Jason very much. I have plans with my child after this, so I can't come back.
No, I'm so sorry because.
Oh, great. This is
great, and it just kind of got us off track a little bit.
You're fine. I just basically, and if anybody wants a template of this, I will put my email in the chat. So if anybody wants more of me, you can always find it. But basically,
Thank you, Leslie.
the two most important points are this: planting your flag. Once you've gotten to the point where you think that you know where you're going, it's important to be able to say it out loud. And it doesn't have to make sense to anybody else but you. You don't have to ask permission. You just say, not in like a manifest destiny kind of a way, but you plant your flag in your own truth and you say, this is who I am. This is where I am. This is what meaning means to me. This is what growth means to me. This is what healing means to me. And then you say it out loud. And maybe just saying that is going to help somebody else. And the very last point is to be grateful. To be grateful to not only to your therapist and to your friends and to your support, but to your grief, because I have learned things from my grief that have made me stronger, that have showed me that I'm stronger than I ever thought I was. I never wanted that test. I didn't want that to be the test of my strength, but it became that, and I couldn't choose it. But I'm grateful to it for showing me that I'm more than I thought that I could be. And I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for having me. If there are any questions, I'll take them and then I'll let the next person go.
I was just going to ask real quick before we move on that, just you had so many great takeaways, but just to share, how do you stay positive? I look at what you've been through, and I feel like with COVID, so many of us wake up in the morning and it's hard. I mean, we all have our own routines and things like that, but just, everything that you've been through it's hard with a child and a loss. And so just, a few, takeaways and sound bites with, how you can recommend that everyone stays positive.
I think the most important thing is, this sounds so grim, but I had to remember that I didn't die. How's that for encouraging? But it's true, because I was still here, and my therapist would say, you've done a lot. And I would say, what choice did I have? And she would say, trust me, everyone has a choice to make. I mean, I had a little one. I had to finish the formal adoption. I had to, after our landlords decided they wanted to sell the house, we had to figure out someplace else to live. I had to, I decided to write this book. I said it out loud, but crap, now I have to write it. So I had all these things I had to do. So I find that tasks keep me positive because it keeps me moving forward. But also I think laughing inappropriately is really a big thing. Finding something grim. I don't know anyone who's ever been to a funeral who didn't find something that, inappropriately or not, like somebody who hated your grandma showed up and insisted on speaking, and y'all know she doesn't like him. What are you talking? Or like somebody dropped off the wrong flowers, or somebody got drunk, or something stupid happened. And you can find something positive and funny, even if it's in a grim, ironic way, in everything. And I think that some of those things that keep you laughing keep you positive. Someone asked me the other day about, there's a part in my book where I talk about standing in the graveyard with my husband a day after my husband died, trying to find where he should go, and realizing I was hungry, and I was eating a bag of chips. And as the guy's talking to me about this very solemn thing, I'm going, and there's like chip crumbs falling down my cheeks. And my mother goes, stop dripping chips on the dead people. And we went, ah! Once again, inappropriate. I look like a crazy person, but it was funny. And I thought, I laughed for the first time in 24 hours. And I thought, I am still alive. I did not die. And this is, once again, just the toe dip into this village of suck that I'm going to have to go into. But at least I remember that I can keep my laughter and my wits about me. And that was momentous.
That's wonderful.
Leslie, am I open?
Yes, you're good.
Leslie, I will tell you that listening to you is
listening to you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Really?
Listening to you is so refreshing because Cindy is aware, Joy is aware. My husband died as well 6 years ago, and I was left with 6 kids, 5 boys and 1 girl. And when you talk about being upset and owning it and yelling and screaming, I can't tell you the amount of times that I would be leaving work. I would get in my car after a long day of work at the TV station, and I'm so tired. And now I have to go home, and I've got to deal with my kid who has autism and doesn't understand where daddy is. And I would just yell in that car, and I would say to him, why did you leave me? Why did you leave? But then I would pick myself up and I would say, okay, I can do this. I can do this. And you just have to own it. There are times that my mom would come by and I'd say, you know what, guys, this weekend, I want to be in bed. I want to feel sorry for myself and I don't want anybody to bother me. Oh, wait, just bring me a bottle of wine. And then you guys leave and close the door. You know, and then I would drink my wine and I'd look at my wine and I'm like, okay, I'm sick and tired of you now. And then I get up and I take on the day. And you have to own it. So when I hear women like you talk about what you've been through, and I haven't cried in like 3 years. So now you made me cry again because I'd finally gotten to the place where I stopped crying. Okay. But I think about the memories of him and I didn't die. He died.
Yeah.
And I'm okay, and I know that he's in a better place now because he was very, very sick and he's in a better place. And I'm living and I'm happy. And you got to find that happiness with
Absolutely.
and with your family. And I got stronger, because I had to tell the boys now, okay, daddy's dead now. I'm the queen bee, so don't start the foolishness. I mean, so you gotta stay strong, So, and I'm not gonna go long with this, but thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you guys for, like I said, I shared my, I know that we got to move on. I shared my email in the chat box. If anyone has any questions for me or anything, I just want to go, I feel you, please do that. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. Cindy, thank you so much. This has been such a wonderful way to spend the morning.
Get you on the TED stage. That's one of our goals with Leslie too. She's incredible. So
Yes,
thank you so much. And again, her book is Black Widow. It's on Amazon. I'm going to thank you, Leslie. I'm going to introduce Lori Cellarulo. Lori, an incredible power woman. She's doing amazing things in the world in junior achievement. If you're not familiar with Junior Achievement, it's a global organization that helps kids through mentorship, all these different wonderful initiatives that they do, kids through 5th grade through 12th grade. Just in Broward County, where she is, they help 50,000 students. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Lori. Elevating through the corporate ranks to CFO, Lori developed the skills that take organizations from struggling to good to great. She transitioned to the nonprofit sector as a CEO, applying her business and relationship building experience to satisfy her passion of helping young people and rising middle and female managers to prepare to lead. Lori is a forward-thinking and innovative leader who expects the best from herself and those she leads. She thrives in building high-performance teams and companies. She's doing amazing things in the community. She is a powerhouse. I'm so thrilled and proud to have Lori here, and I apologize that we're starting late, Lori, and I know you have a tight schedule. I'm so grateful that you're here to share. And Lori also, I hope, she has a special needs son, so she's incredible. Thank you, Lori, for joining us. And I'm going to hand over the presentation to you. I think you're on mute.
Yep. And can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me now? I took off the mute. Okay, great. Sandy, I hope you're not crying because Leslie is finished and I'm coming on, and that you're okay.
No.
I'm like, oh my gosh, she's crying because somebody else is coming on. And, I don't blame you, Leslie. Your story is amazing and inspiring and encouraging. And I wrote in the chat, I love her sense of humor because I think sometimes that helps us get through things. So thank you for that. And thank you for making it so inspiring. It's really interesting. So thank you, Cindy. It's weird. I don't really think of myself as a powerhouse, right? And I think sometimes maybe that's something that us women, right, need to do better, is we need to really believe in ourselves and know that we can make change. It's interesting when Cindy asked me what I wanted to talk about and she invited me to come on today, I thought, I have been thinking long and hard for many years about writing a book. And as Cindy mentioned, I have a son with Down syndrome, and he is now 28 years old. And as he reminds me every day, will turn 29 on May 6th. And I often thought that the book was going to be about Patrick and the things that I've learned through Patrick by being Patrick's mom, right? And having that honor, because I do believe I was picked to be his mom. And then I thought, well, who's going to want to read that? Will people want to read that? And, and some people say yes. And so I still might write that book. But then I started thinking about over the last few years, as I started to, I've spent the last 6 years at Junior Achievement, as I've started to really build the culture there, because that was one of the greatest goals for me, was going to be not only to turn this organization around locally, financially, but also how do we turn this organization around and build a really strong, high performing team, but compassionate team with the right people and the right mindset, and create an amazing culture. And that is probably the much harder than building a strong, financially strong organization, from my experience. And so I started to think over the last year, because we actually have an amazing team. We have built the culture. It is an ongoing process. It is a work in progress. It's like us, right? There's never perfection. It's always a work in progress, but I'm so proud of the team and what we've created. And it got me thinking about what was it, right? That got us to this place. And when I started to do some writing about it, I kept coming up with all these C words, hence the name of this presentation. And then I thought back to my story, which is so different than Leslie's. And I thought about, how did I get where I am today? And before I knew it, I was coming up with the same C words. And so the name of my book, which is the name of this presentation, my first book, my second will probably be about Patrick, is the C word, no, not that one. And so let me explain why that second part of the book name, or the presentation name, came through. So I moved here to South Florida about 28 years ago, 29 years ago, before Patrick was born, and decided I was going to marry someone that I knew throughout my life, and we dated on and off, and it was a tumultuous long distance relationship, and I should have known from that. But we think we can change things, and sometimes you do things for different reasons. Well, I went through, I got married, came down here, had Patrick a year later, who had Down syndrome. And throughout that marriage, the dysfunction and the mental and emotional abuse continued. Only worse, because now it wasn't long distance and I could no longer get away from it. And so my book is not about that story, but the reason for the title is, I'm sure you've all heard, and I'll use the abbreviation, see you next Tuesday. And so that was often what I was called throughout my marriage. Nobody would want me because I had a son with a disability. I was that word constantly. My mother was that word and all that. And so I thought, well, you know what? I'm not that word. I'm all these other C words have gotten me through to realize, right? And I realized in reality that I was not that. But I will say that all of that degrading and that control, absolutely, even for someone as strong and independent as me, took its toll. And it took away my self-confidence. It took away my self-esteem. And I really thought I could not go and be happy anywhere, because who would want me, right? I was convinced, who would want me? Again, would I spend my life alone with my son? By the way, I did have a daughter 2 years later, Samantha, who is amazing. But I really thought I was stuck, because I was convinced that I couldn't make it out there on my own with my son. And so I think the C word that I wanted to focus on today was courage. And that is the first word in the book, because without that, I would not have had the courage to take the step to leave. It took 3 tries. I tried twice and got scared, came back in and said, no, 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 I can make it work. And by the 3rd time, I realized there was no going back. And I also knew it was not the best thing for my children, especially my daughter. And I knew that as abusive as the words were during the marriage, it would be that much worse, right? Going through a divorce with the same person, because it was about control. Excuse me. It was about controlling and keeping someone down, right? With the words. And the fear, he was very connected, the fear of going through a divorce with someone who knew judges and people in the community. I was like, I'm not going to have a shot. And so I think for me, it was the courage to not only say, I'm going to do this, but to stay the course, because there were so many times when I could have changed course, where I could have gone back into the situation. And probably stayed miserable and controlled all of my life. But I didn't. And I kept moving forward. And a lot of that was because of another C word in the book, which is my crew, right? My support system, who helped me get through that and continue to give me the courage. And so it's easy to say you need to have the courage to do something, but how do you get past that fear? Right. And so, to Leslie's point, it was therapy. It was someone that was helping me build my self-confidence, because without that confidence, right. And Jason talked about entrepreneurship. And by the way, that is one of the 3 core pillars at Junior Achievement. We teach young people how to start and run businesses. And somebody asked me this the other day, we were doing an interview for a magazine, how do we teach young people not to be afraid to go start a business? Or how do we teach adults not to be afraid to go start a business, right? And I think one of the things is to build their confidence and to give them a chance to be successful. Because once you start to feel that success, right? So it's a double-edged sword, right? And then one relies on the other. So does courage come first, or does confidence come first? And I thought about that as I was writing the book. And so, because often we think, well, if I'm successful, I'll be more courageous and I'll have more confidence. But the truth is, I think that it takes confidence and courage to be successful, right? And so I had to build up my confidence and have, the people around me who would remind me that I deserved to be happy, that I could have happiness in my life again, that my children would be okay through this, right? All of those fears that I was going through. And also, by the way, you start to think when you're going through a situation like that, that it is very much your fault. What did I do to contribute to that? Right? How did I make the situation worse? And by the way, I think that we should always do that, because in some way, shape, or form, right? Maybe we do always have a role in something. And when things go right or they go well, right? We need to take responsibility for that. But I did have the courage because of the support system, because of the help that I got through therapy to build myself up again. Friends got me involved and I had been involved in volunteering and helping nonprofits raise money and all of that. And my friends were there and people in nonprofit were saying to me, you have an amazing career ahead of you in nonprofit if you choose to go down that road. And you've done some great things. And so that was what finally kind of made me see that I could get through this and gave me the courage, because they reminded me of the things that I had done as a volunteer for nonprofits. They reminded me of who I was before the marriage, right? That was where my family and my friends and colleagues that I was volunteering with in the community came into place. Getting through, and then I'll talk about another piece of courage was, going through the divorce. One of the things that my ex-husband did, and this is what, right, abusers do. They not only want to put you down, but they also want everyone else to think how horrible you are, because if other people find out the truth about them, right, that would not be a good thing. And so the best thing to do with that is to go on the defense and say, no, I'm the normal one, right? She's the crazy one, or she's the this or the that. And so when I finally did, 3 years later, through the divorce, when I finally did go for a job, again, having the courage to start a whole new career. And I went to interview for a nonprofit job. And I was scared to death. And I remember the guy said to me, well, you don't really have anything on your resume. And I said, you're right. But I believe that I have the passion and the relationships and the skill sets from my corporate days, right, to do this. And so he, thank goodness, was willing to give me a chance to do that. But I can tell you 6 months into the job, I had started dating my fiance now. We're together 17 years, still fiance. Been there, done that other thing. But I think I went home one day and I said to him, I can't do this. And he said, what do you mean you can't do this? And I said, how can I go out there and raise money and talk about the charity that I'm working for when he has been saying these horrible things about me? I'm sure they believe him, right? Because he is credible in the community, and people know him and they think he's charismatic and charming, and they're not going to believe that those things aren't true. And his answer to me was, well, you need to figure it out because you need a job. And so he kind of, he said to me, basically forced me to say, you need to face this. And it may be difficult, but one step at a time, I know you will do this. And so he had confidence in me. And so having that crew around you, again, who has the confidence in you. And I know somebody's going to speak later about imposter syndrome, and it's real. And it can stop you in your tracks, right? And we do so much work with young girls now. We have an initiative called Girls Rule. And the main event is coming up next week on the 31st. And one of the workshops for the girls is talking about that, right? Don't let what you think others might be saying about you control your destiny, right? And control your path. And so, but it is a real thing. And I can't wait. Even though I have to go with family after, I'm going to keep it on. And I definitely want to hear the presentation on the imposter syndrome. This was uncharted territory for me. I'm a strong, independent individual. As I mentioned, I'd spent many years in the corporate industry. And again, I was never afraid to jump into something new, but that was different, right? Jumping into something new as a business person for me was never frightening, but jumping into something new as a woman, as a mom, right, was a whole different story. And again, I think the place where we are in our heads and in our life is so much a part of that. So I think that, again, having the courage, and that's easy to say, but at the end of the day, how do we build that courage? And one of the ways is to get whatever help you need to help build your confidence, because the confidence will help you to take those steps. And then also, most importantly, having that those people around you that will support you and help you and remind you of who you are. And as Cindy said, I'm not sure that powerhouse would be the word I would use, but to remind me that I'm okay. I am great the way I am. Doesn't mean I don't need to continue to work on who I am and always be better, because that's something that I will always do. But they reminded me of the greatness within me. And that's so important. And we need to pass that on to the next generation. And I think that's why I love the work that I do, not just our girls, but even our young men. We need to pass on to them the confidence, the ability, and how can they build their confidence, right? It's not just by giving them a pat on the back and giving them all trophies, right? They need to fail. They need to go through things to see that they can make it through. And each time you make it through something, you build that confidence and you build your courage. And then the last thing that I'll say is, one of the other C words is compassion. But when I think about the word compassion, I also think about not only empathy and compassion, but humility and authenticity. And I think that is the other piece, was I needed to make sure that I was being authentic, and I was being true to who I was, and I was being humble. This is where I am. And my daughter said to me so many times, why do you share your story with people? Why do they need to know that you have a child with Down syndrome? Why do they need to know what you went through? Because my journey hopefully will help someone else, right? And so I need to be authentic and say, my life may look like it was perfect, but it wasn't. And here's some of the things that I went through and how I learned from them. And so having that humility and humbling yourself. And by the way, the other part of humbling it is, you can imagine going through a terrible divorce with someone, that there were times after I left that there was no money. My electric was turned off, my car was repossessed, and there was no money. And there were friends who would come and drop off food or leave gift cards in my mailbox or come to me and want to help me. And I was so proud that I just could not, I was just so humbled by it all. And so I think that was compassion and being who you are and staying true to that no matter what. Also, I think is part of the journey. So I think, if I would leave this off in any way, that I think, built, you might have thought that when I started, my C word was going to be culture, but culture is just the thing that we're creating. And by the way, I mentioned at the beginning that some of the C words in the book are the words that I used to rebuild myself, reinvent myself. But they were also the words that I used to get my team, right, to see how amazing, right, and what powerhouses they were, and that they were leaders within themselves. And so having the courage with them sometimes to admit, as Jason said, no, we can't always say that we're afraid of the pandemic and what are we going to do? No, they have to see that we know where we're going and we have solutions. Doesn't mean that we can admit to our teams and have the courage to admit to them that, yeah, I worry. I worry about them. I worry about the organization. I worry about, will we raise enough money to serve all these students? It's okay to be authentic and to have the courage to say that and be part of the team. And it's certainly one of the things that has helped me to do that. So I'm going to stop there. There's so many other C words that will be in the book. But for me, the first and most important word that I could have imagined as I went down the list. By the way, there were like 26 C words on the list, but the book won't have that many, I promise. Maybe there'll be a sequel, but the first and most important C word for me was courage. And so thanks so much again for having me here today to begin to share my story. Right. And when the book comes out, I'll feel so much more comfortable because I've talked about it to all of you. So thanks again, Cindy, for your confidence in me.
No, you're incredible. You are a powerhouse. The things that you're doing at Junior Achievement, I mean, so many nonprofits go through the motions. You are jump through hoops every day to do more things for the community and for the organization. And I'm just so grateful that you were able to join us. And do you want to just, in closing with Girls Rule, just mention the date so everyone can go to the website and check it out?
Sure. I'm not sure. It won't be open though, unfortunately. We had the launch last week where we had Kara Golden speak as the keynote speaker for the launch. But you can get involved in Girls Rule by going to the website. I'll put it in the chat. You can donate $50 to the website and then send us your video of your superpower. It's called Girls Rule Ignite Your Superpower. And we are sharing everybody's superpowers all over. And it's going, we've had people from other countries and other states also sharing their superpowers and supporting Girls Rule. This Wednesday is a closed event for the girls. There'll be about 300 girls going through 12 workshops on all these types of topics, right, that we're talking about today. So we can help the next generation, right, to be strong and courageous and compassionate. So So I'll put the website in the chat for you. And if anybody ever wants to get involved in Girls Rule, you can check it out because the initiative just keeps growing.
It's amazing. It's an amazing community and organization, and they're so lucky to have you, Lori, and we're lucky to have you today.
Thank you.
Did you have something, Sandy?
Lori, I will tell you, no, I wasn't crying because you were coming up. You're another inspiration. I have a son of, like I said to everybody that has autism, Raphael, and talking about owning it and letting everybody know that that's your life and that's what you have to deal with on a daily basis. And I don't know what I would do without Rafi. He is just so wonderful, and everybody that I surround myself with, they know that when I'm having a conference call, Rafi may stick his head in there, and no matter how many times I tell him, Mommy's on a conference call, he's gonna come. Hi, hello, I'm Rafi. Hi, what you doing? What you talking about? And he's like, Rafi, Mommy's on a call. Hello, hello, and he wants to talk to everybody. So,
well, funny that you just said that, because guess who just walked in the room?
exactly.
Because I have the same situation. And so I'm going to take my virtual background off, if it's okay with all of you. Come here, Patrick.
Yeah.
And I'm going to let Patrick pop in and say hello, like he does on every call that I'm on. So say good afternoon to everyone.
Hi.
Wait, you got to bend down a little. There you go. That is Patrick.
Somebody told me you have a
Hi.
birthday. How old are you gonna be?
How old are you going to be on your birthday?
I'll be 29.
29.
All right, Patrick. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Patrick. Happy birthday. We'll be celebrating.
Anyway, so now you got to meet Patrick too. You got a twofer. And by the way, every call I'm on, Sandy, to your point, I have to get. So everybody always says, how sweet he came to give you a kiss. I said, no, he really just wanted you all to see him because he loves the attention.
Well, I'll tell you one more thing before you hang up real quickly. Rafi at school now is just, they're teaching him how to go online. So every day he comes home, he shows me that I was online. So he pulls up all these videos that that I'm events that I'm at, and he tells everybody, that's my mom. That's my mom. She's on TV. That's my mom. So he comes and he shows me, and I'm like, okay, Rafi, I've seen that. Mom, watch this with me, Rafi. I've seen that 100 times.
Sandy, I want to just mention something, since we're talking about our young people with special needs, or young adults with special needs. I don't know about you, but again, as strong as I am, I can remember when Patrick was put in my arms. And I knew immediately. I'd worked with children with Down syndrome when I was in high school. So I knew immediately that Patrick had Down syndrome. Doctors were funny. I think they were having trouble facing it because they kept saying, well, no, maybe it's mosaic. Maybe it's not Down syndrome. I'm like, it's Down syndrome. But I can tell you that I can remember even then thinking in my head, never out loud, because I had to be strong for everybody else. Do I have the courage, right, to do this? Can I be this baby's mom? And how do I do this? What do I need to know? This is right. I didn't know what I didn't know. And so I can remember the fear, but what drove me, and it was the same thing that drove me when I went through the divorce, was making sure that I figured it out and had to just keep putting one foot in front of the other, if for nothing else, but for my children.
Exactly. Your life changes. I mean, any person that I meet, I met a doctor. I represent a group of doctors, and one of them said to me the other day, are you dating? Maybe, yeah, I am dating, but with me, I have to tell everybody, Rafi is first. If you don't like Rafi, we have nothing else to talk about.
Right.
Move on.
Yeah.
Okay, because Rafi is gonna be, he determines what is going to happen. And when I say he determines, he's not going anywhere. And I have to tell my 14-year-old daughter, who gets annoyed with him sometimes, I said, honey, you're trying to change Rafi. You can't change Rafi. Rafi is who he is. He's gonna tell you 20 times, Bobby, fix my phone. I can't tell you how many tablets I've bought for him because he breaks them when he gets upset. Well, we already know that's what it is. So I buy them when they're on sale and stack them up. So when he breaks one, I have another one. Okay, because if Rafi is happy.
Maybe you need to invent a better case for.
You know what? He finds a way to take them out of the case. So,
Right.
you know, we know what it is. And so I try to stay ahead of him in order to have some sanity. So I'm trying to teach my daughter that now at 14, own this because he's not going anywhere. When you start dating later on in life, you better be able to tell your boyfriends, if you don't like Rafi, you can't date me because
Yep.
that's the way it's gonna be. So
Absolutely. You know, it's funny, after I went through that, I said, I am not making the same mistake again, right? Because I knew all the warning signs were there. It was happening already. It wasn't something new that started after the marriage. And I said, I am making a list, because a man told me a story one day, and he said that he had a daughter, and he was worried about how his daughter would, she would choose, how she would choose her husband someday. And he said they went to lunch when she was like 14 years old. And he said to her, I want you to make a list of what you want someday in a husband. And so I guess the girl made her list. She turned 19, went to lunch with her father. She said, I need to tell you about something. And she told him that she was about to get engaged to her boyfriend. And the father said, take out your list. And she started to read her list, and she realized he wasn't those things on her list that were most important to her. And when I heard that story, when it was towards the end, when I was going through the divorce, I was like, and I didn't date for the first 2.5 years of the divorce. I said, you know what? I need to make a list. And on the top of that list, Sandy, as you said, was embracing my children, right? Of course, and accepting Patrick. And so, but I will tell you that there are amazing people out there. There are amazing men, women, whatever anybody's preferences, who will accept our children, who will love them, and, you know, accept the breaking of the tablets or Patrick's stubbornness or whatever it might be that comes with it, right? They are out there. And so that gave me a lot of hope. And so anyway, so I say on that note, be courageous and go forward.
thank you.
Thank
You as
you
well.
so much, Lori. Enjoy.
Thanks, everyone.
You took time out of your vacation, right?
No worries. No, it was a pleasure. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Cindy. We will talk this week, I know.
Definitely.
Thanks, everyone. Have an amazing Saturday.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Joy, I'd love for you to jump in because you have a son, special needs.
Yeah, I have a son that's on the spectrum, and so I can totally relate. You know, he's come a really long way. He's in mainstream school now and doing extremely well. But I remember, especially those early years, it was such a struggle because it truly is. I mean, the way they're made is the way they're made, and there's some things like you guys were addressing that you just can't change. You know, being on the spectrum, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of, you know, if it's not scheduled, it's gonna, you know, start fits, stuff like that. It's, you know, and the emotional connection, that all of that, it's a struggle. It really is. So I could relate to a lot of what you ladies were saying. Much respect, much respect.
Joy, I go to Publix 4 times a day at a minimum because it's routine. So
Exactly.
I would go in and I would buy 1 can of whatever and then come back out and then and he'll tell everybody, I'll see you later. And he'll go back to Publix again. And I'll see you later. And we have to do that. And Starbucks every day. That's his routine.
No, I know it's, and I remember he was the second to last. So when we were just starting to get the gauge of that he was on the spectrum, I had just had a newborn too. So I was juggling a newborn and a 2-year-old that we were just figuring all this out. And yeah, the minute a light blew, it didn't matter what time of night it was, we had to run to the store and make sure we had a light bulb to replace that light, or he was going to scream all night until that light was replaced. I mean, it was just some of the craziest stuff. And that was tough, juggling all the other kids, plus a newborn, plus a 2-year-old. It was a lot. It was a lot.
Well, thank you all for sharing. That's wonderful. Thank you, Lori. Bye. Okay, so the next segment, and we're going to get back on track so we start on time with Margaret, which I'm so excited about. I'm going to let Joy and Sandy, as I said, the 3 of us collaborate a lot on marketing and public relations projects. And so many women right now are trying to build a brand on a budget. And I feel like Sandy and Joy and myself, hopefully, but I'm going to have, since we don't have a lot of time, I'm going to have Joy start with sharing some of her tips, because she's built an incredible following on LinkedIn. She's an influencer now, and I know that she didn't have a huge budget to throw behind it. So maybe you can give us some tips and actionable takeaways, and I'm going to ask Sandy also to contribute. She does media training and trains people incredibly. I mean, Joy and I were on the news yesterday, and Sandy is my, you know, spiritual guide here. She's always pumping me up. And I mean, it was like a 3-minute segment, but she's always an encouragement. And I love that about her. And she does that for all of her clients and some of my clients, our clients that we work together on. So Joy, I'd love for you to share some of your tips, and then we will, we'll end a little bit before 12 so I can give Margaret the introduction that she deserves.
Sure. Well, I'll just jump in here real quickly. And just like we've been talking about all today about, you know, confidence and not letting other people put their limiting beliefs on you, or not taking on your own limiting beliefs. Being on social media can be very intimidating, you know, to put out that first piece of content or video content. It's very intimidating. And I totally get that, especially for somebody. I enjoy it. You know, my background is media. I went to school. I started off at NBC. And even then, when I started LinkedIn, it wasn't intimidating. And I had somebody in my family who is this huge business person, out of love, say to me when I first started LinkedIn, who's going to listen to you? And he gave me all these business books to regurgitate to try to help me like have like some type of the content he had in his mind. And I realized that that wasn't me. As I tried to regurgitate it, that wasn't me. Wasn't going to be my message on LinkedIn. And my message fell more into that healthy collaboration of work, family, life, because guess what? You don't learn that in school. No one teaches you in school how to be a mom and juggle the work and juggle the family and keep time for yourself to keep up with your health. Like, no one teaches you that. And it was a big wake up call when I had my first child and thought I was just going to continue working as normal. So I started my LinkedIn journey, and now here I am almost 2 years later with over 200,000 followers, 2 million views monthly. And, you know, it's so fun to go back to that person and say, oh yeah, you've paid millions for your advertising to get these kind of views. And my views are all organic and free. And I haven't put a dime into this kind of reach that I have now, which is translated to be very successful to bring in business, promoting other brands, sponsorships, influencer marketing, being able to travel and, you know, get free hotel stays, all types of stuff. It's opened up a world. Social media and having a presence there is definitely a currency now. So that's where I am. And I will tell you one of the biggest tips, here's a few actionable tips, and then we'll jump over to you, Sandy, is I would definitely, if you're wanting to do video content, start off definitely on selfie mode, because you want to be able to see yourself so you can see maybe some of these odd expressions you have, or maybe if you're too expressive, or maybe if you're not expressive enough. It really helps you as you're producing video content starting out to be able to see yourself. And so that's still how I shoot to this day, is in selfie mode. So I can see what's in the background. I can see my expressions. It just really helps. And then the more you do that, the more you evolve, the better you get, the more conversational you get. And it just really helps. Then, you know, there's simple things. And I guess somewhere Cindy will put a link to some of these products I'm talking about. But for editing, I use things like Splice. There's also something called UCam Perfect, which helps. You can put a little bit of a filter. You can, which is really good, especially if you're going to shoot outside. If you're going to shoot outside, you definitely want some type of filter coming over you. You always want to have your video facing, you know, maybe like sunlight that's coming in directly at you. Right now, I have a little ring light coming right at me. That way there's not these harsh, you know, like lighting falling on top or coming from the side or too bright or too dark. And then there's also, I mean, with the iPhone, I shoot a lot of video content for my physicians just with my iPhone, and there's little microphones that I'll just plug right into the iPhone. I have double mics. I can be interviewing the physician, hook it up to them, have my iPhone set up with a light, and it looks like a professionally shot video that most people would charge, you know, $3,000 a pop to produce. And I'm able to do it for them at a lot less cost. So there's a lot of little tips when it comes to social media. People They want to, services and products are boring. People buy into people. And just like Jason was sharing this morning, you've got to share your story. You've got to share your struggle. You got to share your journey. And when people buy into who you are and believe in who you are, they're going to want your product or service if it's applicable to them. So that's, I think, really what's resonated with everybody is I rarely talk about my business. I build healthcare practices, but it's usually just my journey of life and everything I've done to achieve this growth mindset and grow myself. And when people find my content, if I provide a service they want, they reach out to me. And I've been able to grow my business significantly by the content and being present on LinkedIn, even though I rarely talk exactly about what I do. So it's definitely a game changer, definitely worth putting your time into. It is the new marketing. And coming from an embassy background, I also was on the sales side. And I realize what the cost per thousand is. I realize the value now when I see, this amount of views on my content. It's worth money. It's definitely a social currency, especially if it's being given by someone that people already trust and know. And it's about building a community. It's not about the views. I definitely have a community that's so supportive. So anyway, Cindy, I hope that was kind of along the lines of what you're thinking, but I want to leave time for Sandy to mention too. You're on mute, Cindy.
So Sandy, we'll just keep it to like 9 minutes. If
1 second.
possible.
Well, what I do is, Cindy and I are in the same business, Joy, as well. I own a small PR company, and I started out doing this when my husband was sick, and we knew that he was going to die. The doctor told us, so we had a year. And so after he died, and I had to, I'd stopped working for a little bit as well, and I went back to work and got back into the newsroom, which I loved the newsroom. And I realized that after he died and I had all these kids and, everybody was trying to figure out what our new normal was going to be, I needed to step away from the newsroom. And when I stepped away from the newsroom, I said, what am I going to do to be able to still fulfill my need for wanting to be in news every day? I enjoy the news. Well, I branched out to do my own PR company, but I didn't want to just have a PR company to just produce anything or to just PR anything. I wanted PR with content. And when I say content, I mean, I wanted PR to find out what people are doing in the community, connect people together in the community, small businesses, and especially minority businesses, because we have so many minority businesses that don't believe that they can afford PR. And yes, is PR expensive? Yes, it is very expensive. But in order for your business to be successful, you have to invest in PR. There are certain things that you do, like I can't do my business if I don't have a good computer system. So I need to invest in that. You can't do your business. You can't have a good business if you don't market that business, if you don't do the PR on that business for people to get to know who you are. So my goal was to start to work with those small businesses and nonprofits that didn't think that they can afford PR. But then I wanted stories involved. So one of my biggest clients is the T. Leroy Jefferson Medical Society, and they have so many different stories that affect the community that we can tell. The pandemic is one thing. The HIV right now is another thing. Whilst we're going through this pandemic, we're forgetting another epidemic. So I try to be able to get content for the producers that I know that it's going to be helpful for them on the air every day. So I use that my knowledge of being in the newsroom, I use that to create content for the producers and reporters. I know what's going to air. So I'll give you an example. I had a company that came to me. I did some work for them, and it's Children's Oasis International. They won't mind me telling this because I use them all the time. They came to me one day and they said, oh, Sandy, it's going to be our 10-year anniversary, and I want you to help me get some news coverage. So I said, okay, everybody and their mother has a 10-year anniversary. That's not news. What's the news value in you having a 10-year anniversary? And they were like, well, I don't know. What is it? I'm like, well, I don't know either. It's 10 years. I mean, so what? Okay. So I started thinking and sitting down with them, and I said, okay, I got an idea. I have Love Serving Autism, which at that time was trying to take all these kids with special needs to New York to participate in the US Open. So I said, okay, why don't we marry the two of you together? So what we did was Children's Oasis International, what deals with children anyway, and they try to give underprivileged kids, not only underprivileged kids, special needs kids as well. They try to give them school supplies and help them in their journey through school. So I married both of them together. And what we did was they had a banquet. Children's Oasis International had a banquet. So we said, okay, Children's Oasis International, they raised all this money. So they gave Lisa Pugliese from Love Serving Autism $3,000 to help to take these kids to the US Open, these special needs kids on a plane to the US Open. That was the news value. Okay, we got coverage all over. So we have two local charities binding together to be able to have one goal to serve the community. That was the news value. Every single station ran that story. We got coverage in New York. We got the Palm Beach Post. We got the Sun Sentinel. Everybody did that. That is what I do. That's what I pride myself on. Okay. And Jason talked a little bit this morning about reaching out to people who, if you don't know, if you don't have a strength, reach out to people who have strengths. Marketing is not my strength. That's Cindy's strength. So when I get a company that says to me, hey, I want you to help me with marketing, I try to explain to them what's the difference between marketing and PR. If they want marketing, then I bring Cindy on. Cindy, hey, this person wants this. If they want PR, I can give you PR all day long and make you a part of the news conversation, and get your story told, create a story for you all day long. So my advice is for small businesses, invest in your PR and your marketing, okay? There are gonna be times when you'll be told, there's a client that Cindy and I are all working on, that we work on together. He needs the marketing more than he needs the PR right now. Okay, so work with Cindy on that. When you get to the point where you need the PR, then I'll pick it up and help you with the PR. But collaborate with people who know what they're doing to get you to the level of where you need to go. Was that quick enough, Cindy?
Yeah, that's wonderful. No, those are great takeaways. And I would just say that the newsrooms, I've been doing marketing and PR for over 20 years, and the newsrooms, they do look for local stories. So
Exactly.
don't feel afraid to reach out to the local representatives in the news and share your story. And of course, if you need professional help, you can reach out to different organizations. But I always encourage entrepreneurs to share their story with local media people, because they do need stories. But again, like Sandy said, it's not always about, a 10-year anniversary. You have to weave it into what's relevant in the community and what's relevant at the time. Like obviously COVID is very newsworthy right now.
Right.
So with that, Sandy and Joy and I are actually collaborating on a brand building project that we'll make available to everyone, so you can visit the Facebook page for Sisterhood and find out more about it. But I wanted to introduce Dr. Margaret Rutherford. She has become also a dear friend and a mentor. She's an incredible woman and doing amazing things. And I'll just give you a little bit of a backstory. Trisha wasn't able to come today, but my dear friend Trisha has a friend who committed suicide last year, and this friend was a mom of 3, and it came out of the blue to everyone who knew her. And she was reading Margaret's book. It's called Perfectly Hidden Depression. And Margaret has uncovered this syndrome that many people suffer from. And with COVID, I think, so many women, men as well, but suffer from, perfectionism and also imposter syndrome. And I'm going to just read you a little bit of background about Margaret, but she has an incredible podcast, also very highly ranked and watched and listened to. It's called Self-Work. I would encourage everybody to listen to Margaret. Her voice is incredible as well as her wisdom. So I'm just going to read her background here. And by the way, for everyone who I have been getting messages about the agenda is in the LinkedIn. I emailed it to most people, but it's also in the, not in the LinkedIn, I'm sorry, in the Eventbrite. It's listed in the Eventbrite. So Dr. Margaret Rutherford, she's been a psychologist for over 25 years. Her podcast, the Self-Work Podcast, is ranked one of the top mental health podcasts in the US. Currently has over 1.5 million downloads. She's been writing on perfectionism for 6 years on many well-known platforms. Dr. Rutherford shines a spotlight on an important aspect of mental health that most people don't know about or understand, and that many who appear to have it all could possibly be masking depression through perfectionism. This can be deadly. Her warm conversational style makes her an engaging workshop presenter. I can't say enough about Margaret. I really believe that everyone needs to hear her message and her story, and that Margaret is truly saving lives. Her work is so meaningful and so impactful, and I'm so grateful that she's here today. And I really do want to share her message with the world. So I just want to put that out there, Margaret. You're amazing, and I want to just hand it over to you. And thank you so much for being here.
Oh my gosh, it's more than my pleasure. Thank y'all so much. Yeah, I had to get up pretty early. I'm from Arkansas, so if any of you are like on the West Coast or something, boy, you got up early to attend. So if you'll hang in there with me for another 30 minutes, I know my stomach's growling a little bit, and so ready for lunch. But anyway, I am going to talk about perfectionism because it's a topic near and dear to my heart. I'm very passionate about it. Let me say from the very beginning. Perfectionism isn't a problem in and of itself. Now, there are some people that believe any kind of perfectionism is a bad idea. I don't believe that. To me, it's not that you're perfectionistic. It's how you're perfectionistic and why you're perfectionistic that's an issue. What does it look like in your real life and in your actual day-to-day functioning? And is it helpful or is it not? Very synergistically, early this week, I woke up, and as usual, I grabbed from my iPhone like so many of us do, and I kind of tried to stare at it. And I saw this email that said, and I'm not going to read the whole thing because it was very long. Here we go. I'm quoting. "I would never show anyone or let anyone see that anything was troubling me, not even my closest friends who were aware of what was going on with my family." She had a very emotionally abusive father, and her mother was someone who said, if you don't call something a problem, it's not a problem. Okay. It was always, "I'm fine. Let's talk about you." Deflect, deflect, deflect. Control, control, control. And in my head, you weren't important enough to talk about. You don't have real problems. You're just looking for attention. Control, control, control. Today was particularly bad as I sat most of the day praying that someone up there would switch me and my friend who died years ago. He should be the one here, not me. My husband came home from work and asked me what was wrong. "Oh, nothing. I'm fine. I'm just tired." "Tell me about your day." I suppose that's why I'm up at 2:30 a.m. typing out a ridiculously long email to a stranger, telling them my life story. I never reach out to people like this. And even as I'm typing, I'm terrified. I guess I'm desperate. I'm desperate to just put it in words and send it out, to just lay it all out for someone, because I seem to be incapable of doing that with anyone close to me. I really hope I have the guts to hit send at the end of this. This woman was Phi Beta Kappa, summa cum laude, very, very successful lawyer, both on the East Coast, and then she moved into the Midwest and she repeated it. Cindy's already told you about Trisha and Cindy's friend who ended her life. And, you begin as I think Leslie talked about, why did she end her life? So let me go back a few years. First of all, I never wanted to write a book. I loved being a therapist. I had been a jingle singer in my 20s and a professional vocalist, and I loved just the quietness of being a therapist. I'm so glad so many of you have had good therapeutic experiences who've already spoken today. But I began thinking about, at that point, I had started writing a blog, and I was just sitting down in 2014 to write my normal blog post. And I started thinking about a lot of these people who would come to see me, and they'd walk in and, you know, they have a smile on their face and they say, you know, I really kind of feel funny about being here. I'm not really sure why I'm here. And I would ask my questions about family and abuse and trauma. And these people could say maybe how they felt. But what I noticed was that their faces were just, what's the word I'm looking for? They showed nothing. And I would turn to them and say, you know, if I was recording this and I turned the sound down, it would almost sound like, I mean, it would look like you were telling me what you had for lunch that you enjoyed so much. They'd just be smiling as they talked about. One woman definitely comes to mind. I've mentioned her in other seminars. She was telling me about being raped the week before she went to college. And she was saying, well, you know, I never really considered it a big deal. But you know, you asked about abuse, so I thought I'd tell you. Literally, that's what she looked like. So I thought about her and some other people in 2014, and I wrote a post about it. I sort of grabbed the term perfectly hidden depression out of the air. The post was named "The Perfectly Hidden Depressed Person, Are You One?" And it went viral. At that point, 50 views was great for me. Thousands was like out of the question. And I was also writing for the HuffPost at the time. And when they published it, I got hundreds of emails, literally hundreds of emails. How do you know about this? It's like you're in my head. I've never seen this anywhere. So I got curious. And I went looking for what's out there about perfectionism and depression. And I found the wonderful Brene Brown, who, you know, is of course an outstanding researcher and has talked about perfectionism and vulnerability and shame and very eloquently. And actually, she's also very vulnerable herself. I don't know how I'd not heard about her, because I you know, she was huge. But even Brene did not say there is a strong chance that someone who is perfectionistic looking, if they're perfect looking, there's something horribly wrong. She does say it's linked with depression, but she doesn't say there's something could be horribly wrong. So I decided to write a book, and I was lucky enough in 2019 in November for it to be published. So let's talk about perfectionism. First, there are basically two major kinds of perfectionism. It's kind of on a spectrum. There's constructive perfectionism, or what's called adaptive. And these are my definitions. You can look on Wikipedia, or you can look on something else, and they're going to say something probably a lot more, I don't know, jargonistic as far as psychology is concerned. But I think it's process oriented. Now, as Leslie has said, she didn't want to call anything a journey, but basically this kind of perfectionism is a journey. It's you're aware of the journey. You're aware of the moment you're in. You're aware of the present that you're in. And you may be highly energetic and highly focused, even kind of relentless, but you're enjoying yourself. You're finding fulfillment in the work. You're focused. You know, if you're focused, and if you fail, if you fall on your ass and you just don't do well, that's fine. You say, well, what did I learn? I hated that. I wish that hadn't happened. But what did I learn? Because then you get back on track. It is process oriented, and it's very fulfilling. Destructive perfectionism, or maladaptive perfectionism, is a different animal, because I would call it goal oriented, accomplishment oriented. Your eye is on the prize, and you don't take your gaze off that prize. There's very little, if any, real sense of fulfillment. You may, when people compliment you on your accomplishment, maybe you raised $100,000 for a local nonprofit, or you did something at work really, really well. You'll say, well, thank you. But then what your mind is doing is going to the next task. And after that task is over with, the next task is what is in front of you, because you feel this pressure all the time. Now, These people are not automatons. They throw great parties. They have wonderful friends. They're engaged. They look like they're having fun. People will walk up to them and say, oh, gosh, I wish I had your life. Or you have just this perfect looking family. How do you pull it off? These people have said this to me. Nobody is saying, oh, your perfectionism is a problem. Quite the opposite. It is expertly hidden because they've got a secret. And that secret is that they have a struggle with shame and fear that is entrenched underneath their striving for excellence. Somewhere along the way, probably as children, they learned, maybe as a young adult, they learned that to emotionally survive their families, their cultures, whatever, that they had to put together a perfect looking life. They had to grow up very quickly. They had to prove themselves because their mother was screaming at them they never amount to anything, or their alcoholic dad, you know, they would take him to the bar and wait until he finished and then drive him home and then get the other kids up for breakfast the next morning. So they adopted this, I'll call it a strategy. You can call it whatever they're not aware that they're developing a strategy. They're 9 years old. They're just trying to survive. So anyway, you know, maybe they were a minority that had to do everything perfectly or they wouldn't get the opportunity to do anything. So they had to be better than everyone else. And they're scared that anyone will see their vulnerabilities. You know, I say the antidote to this perfectly hidden depression idea is self-acceptance, knowing and believing in your soul that your strengths don't define you any more than your vulnerabilities do, and your vulnerabilities don't define you any more than your strengths do. And that can take a lot of work. But what's important to hear me say is that this kind of perfectionism, this destructive perfectionism, it's not the same thing as you'll hear smiling depression or high functioning depression, where somebody knows they're depressed. They may be on medication, they may be in therapy, they may be trying different medications, they may be exercising out the wazoo because they know it really helps them. They may have adopted these things in their lives to try to help them, but they got a smile on their face. They don't have, their depression is not so severe that they're lying in bed all the time. Okay. And the important point is that that's because this strategy has become unconscious. Think about when you learn how to drive a car, you have to think about everything, right? And then sometimes I'll go to the office and I won't even know how I got there. I don't remember driving. I just remember thinking what I was thinking about. My driving ability has become unconscious to me. I only think about it when someone pulls out in front of me. Okay. So there are things that they don't want anybody to see. But again, it's become so unconscious that maybe they don't even realize they're doing it. They sense something is wrong. They sense their perfectionism is out of whack. Okay. For example, I have panic disorder. I have performance anxiety, which is one of the reasons why I got out of the music business. Those two don't go very well together. Singing for a living and having performance anxiety, it was counterintuitive. But I used to be so embarrassed by that. It was a vulnerability. It was a weakness. I didn't want anybody to know that. And in fact, it wasn't until someone I thought I could help by saying, oh yeah, I have panic. And she went, really? And so I said, yes. But remember, constructive perfectionism and destructive perfectionism are all on a spectrum.
I brought them in for the guys.
So did somebody say something that I should hear? Agron, I'll answer your question in just a second. So before we leave perfectly hidden depression, let me talk about what I thought about it as a syndrome. Okay. And a syndrome is just a bunch of behaviors and beliefs that fall together. Like you usually see salt and then you see the pepper, right? So usually when one is present, the other things are present. And, you can call it destructive perfectionism. You can call it perfectly hidden depression, but, I don't really care. What we call it, and then we're going to get to imposter syndrome. But let me give you the 10 that go down quickly, the 10 traits. So we've already talked about some of them. The perfectionism that's fueled by a constant self-critical voice, constant. Like, you just said that word, and why did you say that word? And you should have used another word. And who are you to be giving this seminar? And why did you wear your hair that way? And the coloring looks terrible, and blah, 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 blah. They're overly analytical. They like to stay in their head. Okay. So this is somebody who wants to think about things a lot. Oh, let me think about that. And they stay away from their feelings. They don't do it very well, so they stay away from them. These are uber responsible people. I mean, they've got their hand up in the air all the time. Let me do it. I'll do it. Okay. I've got this. I've done it before. They are worriers, but they don't want anybody to know they worry. So they look like they're in control all the time. And if they're worried about something, let's say they're putting their parent in a nursing home or a assisted living, they go, I'll take care of it, because they think if I worry about it, if I don't take control of it. But then what happens is you put so much on your plate that you're controlling, that then you get resentful, and you can't show the resentment. So you have to show more control, which leads to more on your plate. And it's just a constant cycle. As we also said, this actually has been shown by research. They cannot express painful emotions, although they can state that they can describe them. Yes, I'm very sad my best friend moved away. Cry about it, talk to you about it in a way that's emotional, not going to happen. They discount trauma, past or present. They focus on others and don't let others in. What I mean by this is now their friendship is sincere. They have empathy. It's the guy that never forgets your birthday at work. It's the woman who is the first person when you've had a death in your family, or you just need her. She is there and she cares. But they also don't let you in. They don't let you see who they really are. They never talk about themselves, or rarely. Or they'll say things like, oh, I know you'd be there for me if I really needed you, but you know what? I'm fine. They count their blessings. They don't see the glass is half full and half empty by definition, meaning they focus on only the half full part. And in fact, will put themselves down or other people down for talking about the part that's hard. And every blessing has its commensurate vulnerability. Or you're a beautiful person, say, and you don't know if you have friends that they just want, or someone's interested in you because you're beautiful or because of you, right? They also have professional success, but horrible intimacy issues. They're usually attracted to either very narcissistic people who want them to take too much responsibility, because narcissists don't. They'll be attracted to an under-functioner who wants you to do everything. They'll be attracted to someone else who wants a perfect looking life. Oh gosh, I found the perfect partner. We're going to have the perfect life. We're going to, all that stuff. They might attract somebody who really wants to love them well, but this is what they'll hear. I've been married to you for 12 years and I've never seen you get really upset. I don't feel like I know you. Who are you in there? This last one was important to me as a clinician. They often meet criteria for anxiety, clinical criteria for anxiety, eating disorders, or substance abuse. And that makes a lot of sense. All those things are about control. Anxiety is about losing control or fear of losing control. OCD, eating disorders are about control. Substance abuse is trying to control or trying to escape. All right. So what in the heck does this have to do with imposter syndrome? you know, when you look up this definition of imposter syndrome, it's seen as a characteristic of people, mostly women, who carry around a lot of self-doubt. And they not only self-doubt, but they just really feel that they don't have the qualifications. They are they don't know why they're there. They think that women often say, I'm here because I got lucky, rather than I'm here because I've really performed well. Men don't do that as much, the research shows. But there are a lot of important, vital women who, Sheryl Sandberg, Michelle Obama, have talked about, I have suffered with imposter syndrome. I doubted myself, and did I have what it took? And there, I've found an article by a Melody Wilding, and I think she kind of talked about 5 shades of imposter syndrome. All of these are interwoven together. She says there are 5 of them, right? There's this perfectionist. They can't delegate. Their goals are exceedingly high, and there's no failure allowed. That sounds familiar with the destructive perfectionism, right? She calls the second shade sort of a super person. They have to prove their worth all the time. So, and again, that's sounding very familiar with perfectly hidden depression. The third one is the person who needs to feel like they're a natural genius. If I admit it's hard, I feel stupid. So I've got to get it right on the first try. This is an interesting one. This is certainly not me. I've never considered myself a genius, much less a natural genius. There's the soloist. If I need help, then I'm a phony. So that's an interesting thing. And then there's the expert, who I think my husband is. I must always look like I know the answer. So I do. I mean, he reads like 5 papers in the morning because he likes to know the answers to things. And this is the expert shade of imposter syndrome. These are all very interesting to think about. But I want to share with you some new Harvard research that's done by, I'm going to crucify this first woman's name, Ruchika Tushayan. That's my best effort. And Jodi Ann Burey, who are Harvard researchers. I said that this is within their business review. They say, and I think this is so important, although feelings of uncertainty are an expected and normal part of professional life, women who experience them are deemed to suffer from imposter syndrome. Even if women demonstrate strength, ambition, and resilience, our daily battles with microaggressions, especially expectations and assumptions formed by stereotypes and racism, often push us down. Imposter syndrome as a concept fails to capture this dynamic and puts the onus on women to deal with the effects. I was talking with this sort of my local guru, who actually she pressed the publish button on my first blog post because I didn't think it was good enough. She said, it's like you blame the fish instead of the water it's swimming in. The water is toxic, the lake is toxic, but you say, there's something wrong with the fish. And these Harvard researchers are saying, yes, imposter syndrome exists, but again, why does it exist? Perhaps a lot of it exists. Maybe women are still growing up in families. I certainly grew up in a family because I'm 66. And so I grew up in the 50s, 60s, and early 70s in my family. My brothers were expected to do quite different things than I was. I was expected to find a husband. And so, there was a distinct difference in what I was told. Although my parents loved me and believed I was smart, they didn't really want me to do much with that. And so, or didn't influence me to do a lot with that. So, that could be a cultural thing. It could be a familial thing. It could be all kinds of things. But how much of it is that you're blaming the victim sort of idea? So I don't know, whether you call it destructive perfectionism or where you find yourself on that spectrum, where you think you are, whether you call it perfectly hidden depression, whether you call it imposter syndrome. And the difference between perfectly hidden depression or destructive perfectionism and imposter syndrome is that, I'm not sure if imposter syndrome has actually been found to be linked with suicidality. Perfectionism has, especially perfectionism that's connected to or tied to the pressure to constantly meet other people's expectations. It's called socially prescribed perfectionism, and it is the most lethal type of perfectionism. If you're constantly doing task after task after task after task, and you feel like your whole existence, the meaning of your existence, is meeting the expectations of others. I will tell you something really quick. About 80 people actually reached out to me because as I was trying to write about this on my blog, I was trying to figure out what it was. And I was asking people to help me figure it out. So I did almost 60 interviews with people, brain surgeons, advertising execs, stay-at-home parents, a motivational speaker, interestingly enough. And they reached out to me because they had lived this kind of life. They strongly identified with perfectly hidden depression. And I asked all of them, excuse me, why are you in your garage whispering your story to me when you haven't even told your family? Why would you reach out to a total stranger like that email? And they said to a T, because I don't want anyone else to live this life. It is so lonely. I've thought about suicide more times than I can say. I've attempted suicide. It's just so desperately lonely. So the last point I want to make, and it's similar to the one Leslie made. Well, she was making the opposite point, that when someone dies, you don't know the why. You have to work through the pain before you get to the why. I totally agree with her about this. But the why of perfectionism is important, and it's one of my takeaways for any of you who identify with this. You need to find your triggers for perfectionism. Where did you learn it? Where did you develop the strategy? Go back to your childhood and say, why did I have to become invisible? What was that for me? And as you begin to trace that back into your present, I guess that's not true, up into your present, then it helps you connect. Why am I acting now? Have I carried my childhood strategy with me into my adulthood? There are a lot of people who said to get a mentor here. I think you get a mentor when you're perfectionistic in order to help you catch your perfectionism. I do this all the time as a therapist with people. I had one guy I said, well, go another way to work. And he said, there is no other way to work. And I said, what? What do you mean there's no other way to work? I said, the most efficient way to work. He goes, yes. I said, well, find another way to work. There is another way. I like to tell people to do something mediocre. I mean, fix a mediocre meal, do something purposefully imperfect and see how you handle that kind of, and some people will look at me and tear up and say, I can't do it. They won't tear up often. I can't do that. You got to try. To get comfortable with saying, I don't know. If you're a committee chair, then say at the end of the meeting, this has been a great meeting. And what you would say would be, and I think I know where we're going, and I'll get that to you in an email. And rather than saying that, go, I'm not sure where we're really going with this. I'd love to hear your ideas. Would you email them to me? You don't have to look like that super person or the soloist or something that Melody Wilding. The last thing is to get real with just one person. It can be a therapist, but it can also be a trusted friend. And all you have to do, you don't have to spill your guts, okay? All you have to do is say, I sometimes I don't tell you the things that I really feel. That's all you have to say, okay? That's all you have to say. That's where you are. And they say, well, what are you talking about? I can't talk about it yet. I just need you to know. Sometimes or most of the time, I'm not the person that you think I am. Let me read you the last paragraph of this woman's email from the one I got this week. Hopefully at this point, you've read ahead and gotten to the most important part, which is this. I wanted to say thank you. Thank you for writing this book and shedding light on those of us who look like we have it all together, but who are crumbling completely inside. And the reason why I'm reading you this is because it's what recognition can do, not because I'm trying to pat myself on the back. We can't see our true selves, and we won't allow others to see us, even though it's what we need most. Your book is saving my life. Recognition of what you're doing is so important. Okay. Cindy, do we have some questions? Do we have time?
Yes, definitely, we have time. I would love to get some questions. I know, I just want to comment myself. I feel like so many women, and this is such a topic that I keep seeing again and again, and you happen to be an expert on it, Margaret. So I'm so grateful that you're able to be here and speak to it. I'd love to invite anyone to make a comment, and we can.
There is one question already. Doctor, what about the success that we have to achieve? You know, what I would say is the word have to is what immediately strikes. I mean, most of us don't grow our own vegetables anymore. And so we have to, I guess, have a living. We have to, we have to provide for our children, for ourselves. But to feel like you have to succeed, my book is not a New York Times bestseller. It didn't start like someone's did.
Not yet, not yet. I will be.
Yeah, not yet. I mean, it didn't start out as #1 Amazon. It's kind of dripping. I mean, it's doing well and doing better in some ways. Some weeks it's terrible, and then other weeks it's pretty good because and I've had to learn to divorce myself from the numbers. And when I get a message like this, that's success for me. So I would say, how are you defining success? Agron, how do you say your name? How are you defining success? And how much of that definition is based on what you learned as a child or what you were told success was? And are you still wanting to live that way?
I have a question. On my phone, I'm getting so many texts from different attendees who I'm friends with, and everyone's saying that you're speaking to them, and I think that it's, can we invite Kristen? Kristen's, can you invite Kristen in?
Okay, is it Kristen Brown?
No, the other Kristen.
Okay, like her video?
Yeah, if she's okay with the video, it's.
I'll talk to somebody without a video. That's all right.
Yeah, so she can unmute herself and.
Oh, Kristen, you can unmute if you wanted to. I know you had a question for Dr. Margaret. So, and Joy, I know you always have so much value too with this perfectionism and imposter syndrome. Do you want to? And Anne also had a comment. So, Anne, do you want to invite Anne, and then we'll see if Kristen. I don't know if she was standing up.
Can you hear me, Cindy?
Oh yeah, Kristen, are you there?
Yeah, I just I'm just not camera worthy today, but for me, and I think I commented in it, is and you're making me cry with your whole presentation because it resonates, right? But for me, it's the childhood abuse that creates my perfectionism. And I'm guessing that's just from the shame.
Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I had a guy at the time who was laughing uproariously in my session, saying that his mother used to throw rocks at him and tell him what, well, her language was very colorful, a piece of whatever you are. And he said, I showed her, didn't I? And he had been very, very successful in his business. Well, he was retired. And he didn't have that affirmation that he was successful anymore. And he was starting to drink heavily. His life was kind of falling apart. And so I looked at him and I said, hey, don't you have a grandson? And he said, yeah. And I said, let's pull him out in the front yard. Let's go find some rocks and throw them at him and call him a piece of whatever. And he said, I wouldn't do that. And I said, why not? He said, because it would hurt him. And I said, you're right. And that little boy is still inside of you. That little boy still was hurt. And you've been successful. You've lived the perfect looking life to try to avoid or discount, because you do discount that little boy's feelings. You want to leave him in the dust. You don't leave that little boy or that little girl in the dust. You can't. You can heal and you can understand and you can, and the C word, compassion, it's all about having compassion for yourself, the same kind of compassion you would have for someone else. So of course the perfectionism, I'm not sure what your trauma was about at home. Gosh, how many doctors and lawyers and successful people have I talked with who became zeroed in on being the number one in their class, or graduating summa cum laude, or whatever, or raising perfect children, being the perfect mom, because they had so much tragedy in their past. I will not do it that way. I will not allow that to govern the rest of my life. But the shame is still there, because we blame ourselves. If I'd been a better kid, if I'd been more like my brother, if, and it's still talking to you. And so if I had told him to stop, if it's sexual abuse or physical abuse, we don't have compassion for the child that was us. And so, what therapy can do, what you can do, I certainly hope that my book is doing it for people. It does have over 60 exercises that will help you confront that shame, that you can get out from underneath that. One of the things that is a fact about my life is I've been divorced twice. And I had incredible amounts of shame about that. In fact, to the point where I didn't want to tell anybody that that was the case. But what I said a little while ago, that is something that I'm very embarrassed about. I also have 3 letters after my name. So I've had 3 marriages and I have 3 letters after my name. I'm pretty proud of those letters. They've given me the ability to do something I love doing. Neither one of those facts about me, the fact you were abused, the fact that you had some kind of chaos at home, doesn't define you any more than your strengths do. Nor do your strengths define you any more than those vulnerabilities or that pain. They both are part of you. And so where the work is to get there, where you accept the things that you either are ashamed of yourself that were done to you, that you took responsibility for, even though it probably wasn't your responsibility, or stuff you screwed up yourself, like me.
So some people would say that perfectionism is inauthentic. So I've been told, like, I come across as inauthentic because I'm a perfectionist.
That's an interesting comment. Well, what I think they might mean, and I don't know about this, is that someone's figured out you don't talk about yourself very often. That you don't talk about what you struggle with as often as other people do. Now, to call it inauthentic is that's pretty harsh. I think a more kind thing to say would be, can you help me understand, why you present everything so perfectly? Because we all have things and I just don't understand that about you. Can you help me understand that? A much more kind, compassionate way to approach it, rather than, well, you're being inauthentic. I don't know. That's too harsh to me.
Well, I just wanted to add to that because I know Kristen personally for years, and I think because she's such a strong leader and she has so many characteristics, Margaret, that you talk about, just being a doer, and so many people look to her in the corporate world as a leader and getting things done and always being positive. So maybe the word that they're using, inauthentic, obviously it's the wrong word, but I think that she's just so strong all the time that maybe that's why. And again, I've known her for years, and I'm just recently learning about all the traumas of her childhood, and it's incredible because I look at this woman who's accomplished so much and just again showcases in a very resilient way, and I think that might be what, maybe someone close to her said that and meant it to be a positive, but it should have been communicated in a different way.
So maybe it's kind of intimidating to other people. Yeah. And it's funny. Do I have time to tell one more? I'm a storyteller. Can I tell one more story?
Yeah, we're heading into, virtual networking and lunch. So, everyone can certainly participate or if they need to take a break, but I was hoping we'd have a little extra time. That's why I planned this with you, Margaret, because I feel like there's so much to unpack here.
Well, I'll just, I was asked to take I've done a lot of theater in my life, but I've never gotten theater training. And a director of a play that I had been in invited me to this MFA class, and I was very honored. And I went. I was probably 20 years older than everybody in the class, and they were getting their masters. All of them had been in, 150 plays, and I'd been in 9. And so, I was very intimidated. And I went to a couple of classes, and I called her on a Monday morning and I said, I'm sorry, I just can't do this. I feel awkward. I feel out of place. I think I'm probably their worst nightmare. I'm that person that didn't make it and turned into, went to another profession. She just started laughing. And she said, that I have the graduate students over at my house on Sunday night. And I said, no, I didn't know that. She goes, we were talking about you. Did you know that? I said, no. She said, you know what they said about you? And I said, what? That you're intimidating. So sometimes, you don't recognize when someone is projecting a bunch of stuff on you. And I don't know who said this to you, but they're probably projecting some of their own insecurities or something onto you, and seeing that you're intimidating, and then they're blaming you for it and say, well, you're inauthentic. Again, I think it's a harsh comment to make. But I would hope, Kristen, and anybody else that's listening, that if you do have this powerhouse personality and you're someone who really, maybe I hope you do get fulfillment from being so, getting all these things done, that who knows you, who do you allow in that doesn't, that you don't have to be that person, that you don't have to always have your stuff together, that you just don't. And you don't, sometimes you don't need many of those people in your life, but it's important to have one or two at least, in my opinion.
I agree. Anne, I know Anne had a comment or a question.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to thank you so much, Dr. Margaret, for this conversation. It's just so powerful. It really resonates with me because whenever I pick up your book, I listen to it on Audible. You guys, if that's something you guys are into, I highly recommend. But it just reminds me that I'm not the only one struggling with perfectionism, and the piece that you talked about of, always trying to accomplish the next task or the next goal and, setting those up. As a student athlete, that's all I did, whether it was in the classroom, on the basketball court, and then, it turned over into my professional life as well. And so when I'm able to hear your podcast and listen to the conversation, it just reminds me that we're all kind of struggling with the perfectionism in some way. And I just, to be able to have this conversation with you and Cindy, even this platform that we're having today, it's just great to build that community and know that you're not on an island out there on your own. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for bringing the awareness of this topic, because we all are, hiding behind some of that perfectionism.
Well, when I heard about Patricia, I cried. When I got this email, I cried, because I know that there are so many people out there. People ask me, well, is this you? My vulnerability has always been anxiety, but have I been perfectionistic? You bet. And so, you know, I made sure I did my hair this morning, and, you know, a lot of it's tied up with, you know, I had an eating disorder years ago, and you know, what I look like means a lot to me. So anyway, you know, social media does not help. Certainly you know, the whole, as one of my patients said, no one takes a picture of their 2-year-old pooping in the shower. You know, everybody lines their kids up in the front yard and gets them all, you know, lines them up as far as their height is concerned, and nobody's pooping. And then they, you know, they take the picture. And wouldn't it be funnier if, you know, one of them was pooping, you know, or the dog or something, you know, it'd be a lot more human. So, we don't do that. And every time I see one of those pictures with people holding hands and looking out at the sunset over the ocean, I immediately think, because every time I went in the ocean, I always get bit by jellyfish. And I'm always wondering, so who got bit by jellyfish, you know, but they're holding hands and looking like, you know, they didn't take a picture of their thigh, you know. So, anyway, it's a real problem. And for our kids, there's a woman named Jean, I don't know how you say her last name, Twenge, that's writing Twenge. She's a sociologist. She's very concerned about our youngest generations because of this issue, and what they're perceiving life to be and what their lives are. As she would say, kids aren't killing each other as much, but they're killing themselves more. So, and, you know, I don't know if y'all know it, suicide rates are going up in every age group, but 65 plus. So this is a huge problem. And I think a big piece of it is perfectionism. There's some wonderful Canadian researchers who are doing the bulk of the work. And I want to say quickly, I'm not the first person to think about this. The first person to actually write about it was a man named Sidney Blatt, B-L-A-T-T, in the 1990s. And he came across with this paper called The Destructiveness of Perfectionism. And he talked about how mental health professionals shouldn't rely on their diagnostic criteria, because that's the huge problem. People who told me, the people that I interviewed said, oh yeah, I went to the doctor, but, you know, they looked at me and said, you just look tired, or you need to take a vacation, or you know, I had a guy go to a psychiatrist. He gave him the Beck Depression Inventory. He didn't, you know, do you feel hopeless? No. Of course, somebody with perfectly hidden depression isn't going to say they feel hopeless. He tried to kill himself. The psychiatrist came to see him 3 weeks later and said, well, why didn't you answer truthfully? And he said, I did answer truthfully. If you'd asked me the question, if I ever felt hopeless, would I tell anyone? I would still say no, and you would have figured it out. So we need, as the mental health profession, we need to ask different questions. We've got to start asking different questions.
I feel with COVID, it's so important to have this conversation, because, and that's the other thing, the beauty about hopefully the sisterhood, is that we are building a community where people can lean on each other. I know even when I feel like I have so many people around me who love me and support me, and I'm involved in the community, and we all have our moments. We all have our moments where we feel alone and we feel isolated. And I think it's so important to talk about this, because the more people that know that they're not alone in feeling that way, and feeling like everyone has a day occasionally. I feel like I'm a glass half full, very, very positive person. And some days I wake up and it's just, you know, the hamster wheel, the grind, everything going wrong. And it can be a struggle. And COVID just has, you know, really made that 1,000 times worse for so many people. So just so grateful. And I'd love to get, you know, I know that this is sort of our break, virtual break, but or lunch or networking, but let's use this opportunity to open the conversation and the dialogue. If anybody has a question for Margaret or wants to introduce themselves and share. Please
I,
let us know.
I was on Instagram and this week, and I actually read parts of this email, and I started crying, and I was a little embarrassed, but I just kind of went, okay, this is transparency. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I really wasn't embarrassed. That's the wrong word. I was surprised, because I was in my Instagram mode. But anyway, I mean, just be you. But you're right. I mean, we've all been on overdrive, and it's been a incredibly difficult year or more. And still much of it in front of us. So yeah, to talk about who you really are and what you really experience is just, it's so vital. When I started talking about panic disorder on social media, there was a voice inside of me that said, people will get off your Facebook page because they'll say, well, what is she doing being a psychologist, and she has a panic disorder and she still has panic attacks? What does she know about anything? Or when I first moved to this smaller town 25 years ago now, I thought I wouldn't tell anybody I'd been divorced twice because, who would go to her for marital therapy? So, and yet, actually, it's quite different. It's people said, well, I appreciate you being honest. And what did you learn from that? What did you learn from being divorced twice? What have you learned about panic from having panic? And thanks for letting us know you're not, you don't have everything together, and I don't.
And just to unpack that a little bit, everything today, I got to hear you the first time a while back, and so I was able to glean new things this time. So thank you so much for your time sharing with us today. But I think, what I'm gathering here is, the sooner we can work on, like you said, the shame of what is drawing us there, then the sooner we're freer to be, to be real and to share our struggles like you're able to do now, letting people know I've been divorced twice, I've struggled with this. And I think to the next level, it's so important as parents that we show our kids and really help guard them from this perfectionism by allowing them to see how we struggle, not to a point where we're putting heaviness on them. But like, for instance, when I went through my divorce, as the kids got age appropriate, I let them know more of what happened and my faults, and I wasn't at any point afraid that they might look at me different or think bad of me. I wanted them to realize that, what, I've made some mistakes. I've done some things. So whenever you're at a point in your life where you're embarrassed of something you've done, or you feel like, wow, mom would be so ashamed of me, I don't ever want you to feel like I would, right? Because look, some of the mistakes I made. And I understand that we're all capable of any type of, bad decisions, when we're not.
That is so vital. I want to throw a pillow at the television. Sometimes I do. When a teenager dies by suicide and they don't know why. And, our TV stations rightly put up the criteria for depression, isolation, sleeping all the time, not eating, whatever. And for teenagers, a change of friends or your school failing. They don't talk about to parents. The most important thing to do, just like you said, is to talk about your own vulnerability. I had a experience with my child. I have a 26-year-old, and when he was in college, he did something stupid, and he called me, but because he knew I'd done the same thing, and my mother voice first came out. I was like, oh, I can't believe you. And then I thought, wait, and he wouldn't have called me if I hadn't told him about the stupidity I engaged in as well. And we talked about it, and he was able to work it out. And I just so agree. And it's such an important point, as you say, age appropriately. But it's a vital point so often people who develop this perfectly hidden depression grew up in homes where vulnerability was scorned.
Yeah, that's how I grew up. So yeah, I wanted to create a whole different environment for my kids. And you know, it's important that they realize, you know, like same thing. I mean, our oldest now is 24. I still have down the 14-5. So we've been through every stage pretty much of life and stupid decisions and stuff like that. But I wanted them to realize, you know, what I pointed out was, it's not the mistake you made, it's how you handle it. If you own it, I'm going to be okay with it, right? Let's own it, learn from it, and go on. And that's total open door I want, you know? And I'll never be shocked by anything you do, because I realize we're human. We're all capable of stupid things. That's so important, I think, that as parents. But we can't start there unless we go back to the root of what you said of taking care of our own shame first. Because if I still dealt with the shame of my bad decisions, I wouldn't feel comfortable enough to share that with my kids, right? Or to be vulnerable, to be open. So it starts with getting to the root of removing our shame so that we can be open.
Right. I could not agree with you more. Anybody else?
Thank you. I would love to hear, even if it's not, I would love to hear more questions from Margaret, but if you have a comment or you want to share or introduce yourself, let you know how maybe we can help you. I mean, one of the missions here, I mean, this is all, you know, everybody's doing this on a Saturday, volunteering their time to share and grow and learn from each other. And I feel like, you know, if anyone wants to come and introduce themselves, please feel free. If you want to take the camera off because you're not comfortable, feel free. That's what this community is all about. I also wanted to mention that we're here at Venture X in West Palm, downtown West Palm. You can see Venture X here behind me. It is an amazing collaborative work environment, and they were incredible to give us the space on a Saturday. And I would encourage anyone, Venture X is nationwide, and now that COVID is hopefully a little bit more behind us, more and more people are coming out and getting back into those collaborative workspaces. So I would just encourage everyone, you know, in your area, look up Venture X. It's an amazing organization. They do amazing things for the community as well. So we're grateful to be here on Saturday. So we don't have kids jumping in the background, right, Sandy? So anyone else would like to make a comment or join in the conversation?
I see a comment here, Lisa, more about perfectionism being a coping mechanism, not wanting to show vulnerabilities. Not exactly sure what you mean, Lisa, but yes, I mean, I that's what I meant by, as a child or even as a young adult, if you're in some sort of abusive situation, you can use, if I just do things perfectly, it is the way I cope with, you know, what is going on around me. And it's the way I survive or cope or manage or whatever. You know, if there was danger at home, you know, you became a star athlete like Anne. I'm not saying that was Anne's situation, but you know, there are plenty of people who have become extremely successful and perfect because they were getting away from something that was very painful at home or culturally again. And again, I want to stress that I've had a lot of my African American patients who are talking to me about perfectionism, and many of them have shook their heads and said, you know, this is going to be a lot harder for me to give up than it is, you know, for other people, especially Caucasian, but because this is my family expects this from me. I expect this from me. And, you know, I'm afraid I will get, you know, pigeonholed or forgotten, or I will lose whatever status I've been able to gain. And I think that's a valid point. And so I would love to, you know, I need to research that more and talk to more Black and brown people about that, because I am really eager to learn more about that way of looking at it. I talked a little bit about it in the book, but not much.
And I just want to add to that point, Margaret, that I feel like, and we've had side conversations about it, just people with type A personalities and people in those types of roles, like, you know, top athletes or people in law enforcement, roles that you feel like you can't show your vulnerability and you have to be strong all the time. And I feel like a lot of women feel like that all the time. Moms feel like that. Like you have to just keep persevering and not let in that, you know, because maybe you'll fall apart or crack or what have you. But maybe you can just speak to that, because I think that's what Lisa is asking about too. And Lisa, did you want to come on and say hello, or no? You can just make a chat.
Well, there is
Of course I'll come on.
hello, Lisa.
Hi. Thank you. I mean, this is incredible. And I typically, as Cindy knows, for many years, do not like to speak and be in front of a camera. I don't have my camera off for that reason. I've just been sort of listening, and you never know when my kids will come through. So I kept it off for that reason. But hey, there you go. That's not mine. So much of everything I'm hearing resonates. And absolutely, I've lived my life as a perfectionist. So I've been working for years now on unpacking all of this. And truly, I didn't even learn this word of unpacking until quarantine. And to have that time, I know it's been horrific, and, you know, there's been so much loss. I needed to stop. I needed to slow down.
You're you're not the only person who's told me that. Go ahead.
So I really took that time, and I connected, because of Zoom and the changes in the way we were doing things with technology. I really reconnected to some resources that I trusted from way back when, that were fortunately available because of Zoom. And I was able to go within and really spend the time to get to know myself, show up on camera, not feel that I had to be, you know, my hair perfect, all of these things that I never felt anyway. If I did put it all together, I would hear, you know, compliments or what have you, but I didn't feel it inside. And I think that, yeah, all of this really resonates. But I learned what I want to say to that point. I learned most of all that I was still putting out an energy of, like, I got this. So even if I was saying I'm falling apart, I'm still saying, really, I got this though. Because often the comment that I would receive if I shared was, oh, you'll land on 2 feet. You always land on 2 feet. You'll be fine. And I think so, you know, it says a lot to be in a group like this of like-minded women and people who are going to receive the vulnerability and understand that you can still be strong, and you can still be successful, and you can still thrive, but you can also be vulnerable and need to lean on others and come together. So I think that that's the piece I really had to come to terms with, is what am I not sharing and showing because I really need to keep upholding this perfectionism that I perfected. And it started to crumble a lot as a mom, because, you know, I had one child, then I had a second child. My husband worked out of state, then I got a dog, and I suddenly, you know, who can be perfect? There's no such thing. So really, I'm so grateful to be listening to all of this and to know, yeah, I'm not alone. I think I did so much of this work alone, and maybe I had to in order to get to this place, but it's nice to know I can be here and share. So thank you, Cindy, for calling me out.
Well, you make a great point, Lisa, and that is that people, if there are certain people that if you say to them, I'm scared I won't land on 2 feet, they will say, well, talk to me about that. You know, tell me about that fear. And then there are other people that will gloss it over and say, oh, you always do. Quit worrying, you know? I think that has a lot to do with that person's capacity for empathy and for that maybe it scares them about themselves, that they could fall apart And so they don't have the capacity or the willingness to actually be able to sit with you and hear you talk about this person they see as impenetrable, that you might, you might fear that as well. I've had lots of people that I've shared, probably shouldn't have, but because they're not the right people, but I've said, I have panic attacks, I have panic disorder, and they'll go, oh, not you, what, why are you saying that to me? And I'll think to myself, I wish I could call up a panic attack right now and show you what I look like shaking, because I could prove it to you that I do. But, the powers that be that don't make that happen at that moment. So, it is, people sometimes they don't want, they either don't want, or it scares them, or they resist you going any deeper than what's superficial. And, okay, but I think it's important to find those people that do know that you doubt yourself sometimes, and that you can talk about that with them. And I just the other day, I got asked to do this thing. It's really nice. They want me to do this presentation for this group called Himalaya. And anyway, they want me to, they're going to record me, and then they're going to, and they pay me for that. And then they don't, then they take the coursework and they make money off that, whatever. And they said, well, you're an expert on depression, so we're going to ask you about the different types of depression. I hung up or whatever, I did, clicked off or whatever. And I immediately began thinking, oh my gosh, I've got to look up all the research about depression, because they think I'm an expert. And what if I miss something? What if I don't, gosh, how long ago did I read that article about serotonin actually being created in the gut, and it's not always created in the mind or in the brain? And I was just rushing out insecurity. It was just, and I called a friend, and because I knew what I was doing, and she's probably my best friend. She is my best friend. And she said, she started falling. She goes, of course you did. Of course you started thinking about how I can do it perfectly. And, and that you don't own that, anything. You've only been doing this for 30 years. And, so I had to kind of confront that and think, now what do I need to bone up on, and what do I really know? And that I'll present it the way I know it. And they'll hear it that way, and just kind of calm down into that space. Could I tell everybody that? Probably not. They'd go, oh, come on, Margaret, you're just whatever. So they wouldn't have the capacity to just kind of hang in that vulnerability with me.
So much for sharing. I think we need to get back on our schedule now. And
sure.
That was honestly, as I said, and I can't say it enough, I want everybody to learn more about Margaret. Please share her book, share her message. As Anne said, she's on Audible. Her podcast is incredible. I really think that she should be America's therapist. Everybody needs to get a little piece of Margaret, because
okay, here comes that insecurity.
It's true. I think your message is so meaningful, and you're doing amazing, incredible things. And which is another segue into our next speaker, who I am incredibly inspired and blessed to know. So we met several years ago. As a matter of fact, so many of the relationships today on this event are from LinkedIn. And I have to give a shout out to our mutual friend, Amy Perkins, who brought us together. She had an event for Fabi in California about 3 years ago, and Joy and I both flew out. We didn't know Amy or Fabi, and the organization, Fabi started a foundation, and I'll share her bio, but just on a personal note, she is incredible, such an inspirational woman. What she's been through, I know when I met her, I remember I hugged her, I watched her videos, her story. I feel like another story that so many people need to hear and learn, and just benefit from her resilience and how she handles everything, and has maneuvered the loss of a husband as well. So I'll read her bio. She's going to talk today about finding purpose from pain, building a nonprofit, and then share what she's going through now, which is incredible. Fabi founded the Josh Powell Foundation in honor of her late husband, Lieutenant William Josh Powell. At 25 years old, Josh was diagnosed with a rare form of cancer called synovial sarcoma. The cancer took his life 2 years and 25 days later, just 1 month after marrying the love of each other's lives. Now I'm getting goosebumps, and I know this story, and I've watched her video 1,000 times, and I still, it gets to me. Fabi has made it her mission to create a legacy in honor of her late husband. This legacy was built around the keep going, never die, easy mantra. She has a foundation, the Josh Powell Foundation helps patients with sarcoma cancer. But even more than that, which that's incredible in and of itself, Fabi's mantra of keep going and just resilience, I think we can all learn from it, no matter what our age or circumstance. I feel like she's making an impact in the world, and I feel incredibly blessed to know her as well. She's currently undergoing IVF treatment in hopes of conceiving a biological child for her and Josh. And I'll let Fabi share that journey. You can find her at joshpowellfoundation.org. And again, if everyone can put in the chat the best place to reach you. I did put it on the agenda, but if you could just share that, because I'm sure so many of the attendees, the people that will watch after will want to learn. Just maybe you can open, Fabi, with how people can reach out to you and help.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, Joy, I obviously need a ring light, so I apologize for the really crappy light in my office today, and it's like crazy thunderstorms outside. But thank you so much for the introduction, Cindy. It's so good to see your faces. I've actually had the pleasure of working with quite a few of you in the past. Dr. Margaret, you're amazing, and always such a pleasure to hear you speak. I have a lot to say always, but I'll try and keep it short. The best way to reach me is I share my story pretty regularly on Instagram. So if you want to follow my IVF journey or just learn more about finding purpose within your pain, that's the best place. I kind of use it as just a public journal, if you will. And then if you want to learn more about the Josh Powell Foundation, like Cindy said, just joshpowellfoundation.org. I was really active on LinkedIn for a period of time, and then life got crazy, and now I'm more active on Instagram, but I'm on all of those platforms, just Fabi Powell, you can find me there. Yeah, so I've had a lot of painful experiences in my life that I've had to find purpose within, and that's kind of just always been my mindset. You know, I've always wanted to find the silver lining in things. I enjoy being a positive light in people's lives. I don't like being the negative Nancy, or, you know, the damper of the day, or just bringing the room down, you know. So that's just something that I think I was born with. I just really enjoy being that person. I'm really inspired by people who are similar in that mindset. So I think that's kind of how I decided, once I experienced extraordinary pain in my life, how I chose to deal with it. I think I looked back on my life and thought, who are people in my life that I've been inspired by who have been through really, really hard things? And those people were ones who were sharing their story and finding something good that has come from the pain, you know, finding beauty in the ashes. And a lot of us on here today have talked about sharing your story, and it's something that I am so incredibly passionate about, and it's why I do it, and continue to be vulnerable despite how terrifying it can be. I had to rethink even sharing, you know, I talk about sharing your story all the time, and then I had to sit back and really think about my IVF journey. I'm like, do I make this public? Like, there's a really good chance that there could be a lot of pain throughout this process. Do I want to share that pain with others? And ultimately, after thinking about it for a really long time, it goes back to what I've said from the very beginning. People need to hear your story because there are so many other people experiencing this pain. It's kind of like Dr. Margaret, you know, talking about perfectionism. It's it's not necessarily a taboo topic, but it's something that we don't talk about a lot. The same thing goes with grief and IVF and the pain that comes with it and the struggle that goes with it. So for me, it's always worth it to share, because if I'm experiencing pain, I know somebody else is experiencing it. And there's just something so therapeutic about putting your pain out in the world and having emails like Dr. Margaret got, or messages that I get on a daily basis, thanking me for sharing my story and being so vulnerable, and how healing it's been for other people. And what I've learned is that not everybody wants to be or has to be the person on the platform sharing the story. Sometimes it's being, I think it was Dr. Margaret too, talking about recognition. Sometimes it's the person on the other side of the screen sending the message saying, thank you for doing X because it changed my life. And if you didn't receive those messages, being somebody like me, being vulnerable on a daily basis and sharing my story, my fire would burn out. You know, if I didn't have the people who maybe aren't shouting their story from the rooftops, but they're on the back end saying, I see you, you're helping me, you're making a difference, what you're doing matters. If I didn't have that, I sure as heck wouldn't continue to do what I'm doing. So you need both. And I think both are so important, regardless of which person you are making a difference. And I always make a point to, right now I have the time to be able to respond to every single message. I stay up till, 2:00 in the morning, laying in my bed, responding to everybody, because I think it's so important to understand the impact that those people have, and I always message back and I say, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy life to validate my purpose. Because if I didn't have you validating my purpose, I wouldn't realize how impactful it really is. And there's something that I read recently that just resonated with me so much, and it just kind of ties in with sharing your story and finding purpose within your pain. And I think it kind of alleviates the fear of being a victim. I'm somebody who prides myself on trying as hard as I possibly can not to have a victim mentality. I like to choose resilience as often as I possibly can. So this quote from Alex L. says, you're not a victim for sharing your story. You are a survivor setting the world on fire with your truth. And you never know who needs your light, your warmth, and your raging courage. And that has been the most beautiful gift that has come from these past 4 years of my life, sharing my story about losing my husband at the age of 29. We met, just brief background, because I think it's important to understand our dynamics, because everybody's loss is so different. Leslie shared hers.
Fabi, can you share just a backstory?
Yeah. So I'm born and raised in Southern California, went on a girls' trip to Nashville, and I ended up meeting my husband my last day there. So flew back to California, never thought I would see him again. I'm like, oh, that was nice. Like, I met this amazing guy. What a great experience. And, we just never stopped talking. We fell in love so fast and, FaceTimed every day. And every time I talked to him, I fell in love with another thing about him. And, the feeling was mutual. He had never met anybody like me before, dated anybody like me before. And so we just started this long distance relationship. Well, fast forward 2 months into our long distance relationship, falling in love and, becoming exclusive. And he gets diagnosed with a rare form of cancer called synovial sarcoma. And if you know anything about sarcoma, it is an absolute beast. It's just one of the worst types of cancer that you can get diagnosed with. And there's 100 different subtypes. There are so many people affected by it. And so Josh was also a 230-pound linebacker from West Point and Army Ranger. Like, he was never going to die from cancer. And just like so many of us think, and then it happens. So fast forward, I end up loving him through this cancer diagnosis. I moved from California to Nashville about 5 months into our relationship because it was just too hard to be there for him, and support him through his cancer battle, being so far away. So I moved to Nashville, which, a lot of people thought I was nuts for doing that, but you'll find the more you learn about my story, I just choose the road less traveled pretty frequently. And I'm someone who fiercely follows my heart and believes so fiercely in love. And so here I am in Nashville, so in love, you know, taking on this cancer diagnosis with Josh. We lived such an extraordinary life together during the time that we were gifted. And he proposed in May of 2016. We found out a couple weeks after he proposed that his cancer had metastasized to his lungs after thinking that he was in remission. And in August, our oncologist was kind enough to be brutally honest and told us that he will not make it to our wedding the following May and that we needed to move our wedding date up. So we planned a wedding in 2 months and got married in November, and he passed 31 days later in December. So that is our crazy, wild, heartbreaking, extraordinary love story in a nutshell. What's really important to point out during that process was the first, which kind of ties into where I'm at in my life right now. The first thing that Josh said after we found out that this cancer was more than likely going to take his life was, "What about our babies?" And he sat me down outside of that appointment. You know, I'm thinking like, how are we going to plan this wedding? Like, how are we going to get married? And he's thinking, you know, how are we going to continue our life together, whether I'm here or not here? And that stood out in my mind forever and still does, because we never talked about him dying. We never talked about him one day not being here, because we always held on to hope. We always continued to live our lives and make plans despite this cancer diagnosis. We refused to give power to the thing that was trying to destroy us. So for him to be that intentional, to have that conversation and tell me, you know, if you feel like you could do this, I would love for a little piece of me to live on forever. I would love for us to still have our family, even if I'm not here. And I am so grateful for that conversation, because here I am 4 years later, going through this process to hopefully have our baby. And had we not had that conversation, this probably would have looked a lot different. And, you know, I tried dating. I did that whole thing for 3 years, and I just haven't met anybody that I want to spend the rest of my life with. I've always wanted to be a mom. We wanted to have a family together. So here I am trying to make those wild and crazy dreams come true. During this process, I just lost my mother-in-law in December, Josh's mom, to cancer as well. What you'll find if you want to follow my story, is that Josh's mom had the BRCA2 mutation, and she passed that on to Josh. So I made a conscious decision to not want to pass that cancer mutation onto our children, going through such excruciatingly painful loss, losing Josh, and then now she was really more of like a best friend to me. We're only 20 years apart. If you saw us, we look like sisters, but his mom. So here I am. We just went from having 13 embryos to 1. So this one little embryo is against every odd you could ever imagine. Not only has to, you know, pass the PGS testing so that we know that it's normal from a chromosome standpoint, then this poor little embryo has to beat the odds, which are 50-50 chance of it being BRCA positive or BRCA negative, which we're hoping for negative, so that we can just eradicate that mutation in our family. And I got the call last week that it's a girl and she has a mutation. So again, pain, you know, it's another painful step to have to go through in life. And it's painful and scary to be vulnerable enough to share it. But the beautiful thing from that quote that Alex L. put out into the world is that there's light and warmth and courage that people need from you if you have the ability to share it. Having people watch me go through this journey and having so many incredible people in my corner cheering me on, wanting this baby to happen just as bad as I do, is such a beautiful thing. Here I am thinking, you know, I have to go through this by myself, and that's so unfair. You know, it's so unfair that Josh doesn't get to be here to go through this with me, to cheer me on, to be there when I'm sobbing hysterically in my pillow, because I'm like, how did we just have 13 embryos on Monday and now we just have 1? Like, why, you know? And then you have these people who just filter into your life who can relate to what you're going through, and together you can get through this. You just need one person who can relate to your story, who has been through something similar, who you can really fall apart with. You know, I'm a perfectionist, just like most of us on this call, and I like to keep my stuff together as much as possible. But like Dr. Margaret mentioned, you need one or two people that you can just fall apart with, whether that's a fellow widow, which I think my bestie might be on here. She's someone who I, in a roundabout way, met through this whole process, this whole finding purpose within your pain. For me, that's sharing my story. And that's starting a nonprofit to help other people who are going through the same thing that I went through years ago, that I can maybe help. It gives purpose to Josh not getting to be here. You know, his life being cut so short at the age of 27 was not for nothing. You know, he's helping so many people. I like to think that I am helping so many people by sharing my story and now sharing my IVF journey. But her husband, this is actually a really cool story. And of course, I wish I had more time to talk, but after starting the Josh Powell Foundation, we provide care packages that newly diagnosed patients get when they start treatment at MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, Texas. Well, Margaret and her husband, RJ, received one of our Powell packs. And that's the only reason why we're connected. And so one of the items in the Powell pack is a yellow sarcoma ribbon car magnet. And Margaret went through like the car wash or something, and the magnet fell off, and she reached out to me on Instagram through the Josh Powell Foundation's Instagram page. And she was like, hey, I know this is really random, but I lost this magnet on my car. I also lost my husband to sarcoma. We received one of your husband's care packages. I was just wondering if there's a way to get another magnet. Like when I see that magnet, it just reminds me of him. It feels so weird not having it on my car. And I was just so touched by the fact that, I don't know, it was just validation for that purpose that I created JPF for, to make sure people feel that, or know that they're not alone in this journey, and that there are people who want to be there in their corner, who can relate. You know, you can have all the people in the world. I have so many incredible people in my life, but it's really hard to relate to my loss if you've never been through it. You know, and there's so many things that I can't relate to. Friends who have gone through miscarriages, you know, I can't relate. I can try and be there for you, but somebody who's been through it is probably going to be a better resource. So I just got so excited that she reached out that I sent her a voice note back, and I was just like, this is amazing. I'm so glad that you reached out. I'm so sorry for your loss. I would love to be somebody to be there for you. You know, she wasn't even a year in, and I was 3 years in. So slowly but surely, I sent her the magnet, and we ended up becoming such dear friends. We now visit national parks together, and that's also kind of how we deal with grief, is being outdoors and continuing to live. You know, Leslie touched on this. Our husbands died, but we're still here. You know, we still get to be here. And I know Sandy touched on that as well. And people often ask, like, how do you find the courage to keep going? How do you not curl up in a ball and just cry every day? How do you find the strength to continue on without him? And for me, it's always been, in my mind, and I know everyone deals with grief differently, but for me, I would be doing a disservice to my husband if I chose to give up on my life that I still have and stop living, when he would give anything to still be here. Literally anything. This man fought unlike anything I've ever seen in my entire life. And cancer still stole him from me and all of his loved ones. In this world, it's so many people who didn't get a chance to know this incredible man. And hopefully our future child, who will know him through his legacy and through me, but it's not the same. And for me, that is my why. My why is because I like to think that everyone who was taken too soon would want us to not only live for ourselves, because this life and this time that we have here is such a gift, but for them too, because they don't get to be here. So I refuse to sit in bed and cry every day, because it's not fair for the people who were taken, you know, who would give anything to still be here. I want to live not only for me, but for them too. And maybe that makes sense to you, maybe that doesn't, but that's my why, you know. And the biggest thing is figuring that out for yourself, you know, finding out, how am I going to continue on? How am I going to find joy despite my pain? For me, it's sharing my story, and it's watching the ripple effect and the beautiful community that's been created through that. Yours may look totally different, and that is life. We're all different. We all process things differently, but you have to find what sets your soul on fire. You know, what is your reason for getting up every day? Maybe it's just finding something to be grateful for. Maybe it's your children. You know, I don't know what it is for you, but for me, that is how I choose to find purpose within my pain. And there's an analogy that I want to share with you guys, because one thing that we will all go through in life, one thing that we all have in common, no matter what, is that we will all experience grief and loss. And it's just this incredible analogy that was shared on Twitter, and a friend of mine shared it with me, and I just think it's so brilliant and just kind of gives you a real understanding of how grief is not something that you ever get over. It's just something that changes with time. And I have this little diagram that I drew that is from the Twitter post that was shared with me, but it's basically showing that this is like grief in a box, if you will. And this red little button here is a pain button. So this is your grief in the beginning. Your grief is this big old ball that fits inside of this box. Well, every time you move this box, and you can see how big this ball is and how close it is to the pain button, every time you move this box, this ball is going to hit that pain button. So in the beginning of your grief, this box is moving and shaking all the time. You have triggers left and right, and you have this pain button being pushed every day, every minute, every hour. And then life continues to move forward, and you find purpose within your pain, or you find reasons to keep going, to keep living. And slowly but surely over time, your ball starts to shrink, right? However, that pain button, when it gets hit, it still causes that exact same excruciating pain. That excruciating pain never goes away. But the time in between that button being pushed gets more and more spread out, right? So you have more days filled with joy where you're not just trying to survive, you're living. You know, you start to live again. And then out of nowhere, this button gets pushed and you feel that excruciating pain. The amount of pain never goes away. The level of pain never changes, in my opinion. It's always there, it will always be there. Those triggers will always come up. But for the people that I talk to who are so early on in their stages of grief, this is such a helpful analogy, I think, because it shows you that you will be able to breathe again. You will be able to find beauty in life again, and you will experience joy again, and you will experience happiness again, as long as you want to. You have to fight for it. It's a daily battle, but it does get better. It's just important to be realistic with yourself and know that there's nothing you can do. You can't be proactive enough. You know, I'm the one who, perfectionist in me, I went to grief counseling immediately after Josh passed away, but here we are. And you know, I'm in a place where I understand that this pain is just part of my life. And I'm going to continue to have painful things that happen in my life, like losing my mother-in-law and not getting this baby, not being able to transfer this baby that I so badly want. But there's ways to cope, and leaning on your people and finding some sort of purpose within that pain. I truly believe that Josh didn't die for no reason. You know, there has to be, it's like finding the why or the because that Leslie talked about. I like to think that because of this nonprofit, because Josh died at 27 years old from this horrific cancer, that because of that, I can help other people make better choices that I wish we would have made. And that's kind of, I know we're running out of time, but that's just my little 2 cents on finding purpose within your pain. I know that we've all been through something, and if I can encourage you to share your story, it doesn't have to be on a big platform, just with somebody, or be the person who's the encourager in the background, who is being positively impacted, share that with the person who is shouting from the rooftops, because it gets exhausting to continue shouting, not knowing if you're making a difference or not. And then just to touch on starting a nonprofit, I don't know, do we even have time, or should we?
Up to you, if that's okay, Fabi.
Sure.
I know that you have so much value with the nonprofit, but I also want to be respectful of time, because Heather's going on at 1:30. And is Heather, do I see her? Is she, oh, there she is. I just thank you so much, Fabi. Every time I hear your story, I get goosebumps, and you have so much value. So many people also, you know, it's so inspiring and beautiful, and you're doing beautiful things, and everybody's in your corner. I know you started a GoFundMe page, right? Do you want to just mention that about your
Oh,
idea?
yeah. So if you haven't been through IVF or don't have anybody close to going through IVF, our first round was over $30,000. And if it doesn't pan out the way that you need it to, you basically start from the beginning. So our round 2 is going to be $20,000. So I'm currently just asking for anybody who has the means to be able to help bring this sweet little baby into this world. I would be so appreciative. Or if you don't have the means, I totally understand. We're all struggling financially right now. Just sharing, you know, maybe there's somebody out there, and every dollar counts. I think I did the math. Like, if every single one of my followers on Instagram donated $1.30, like, we'd be there right now. So every dollar counts, no pressure, but my GoFundMe link is on my Instagram page. I am so grateful for this opportunity. You guys are so amazing. Cindy, Joy, Sandy, everybody who spoke today, you guys are all incredible. And Heather, I'm so excited to hear you speak as well. And one last thing I want to leave you guys with this really important quote. When you realize God's purpose for your life isn't just about you, that's when he starts to use you in extraordinary ways. So just remember that it's not about us. You know, there's a much bigger picture, and just continue this ripple effect and share your story.
So grateful for you, Fabi. Thank you so much. You're making such a difference in so many people's lives. And next we have the amazing Heather Monahan. Heather is also, I have to say, a mentor in so many ways. I follow her, listen to her. Again, I started following her on LinkedIn. I went to a presentation on her book, Confidence Creator, and she ended up becoming a TEDx speaker at TEDx Boca Raton, which I'm co-organizer of. So I'm so thrilled to have her. I'm so grateful she's here also on a Saturday. Heather, I'm just going to make a brief introduction. She's a best-selling author, a keynote TEDx speaker, entrepreneur, and founder of Boss and Heels. Incredibly inspirational as well. I mean, just what she's been through and her journey. Having successfully climbed the corporate ladder for nearly 20 years, Heather is one of the few women to break the glass ceiling and land in the C-suite. She was named one of the most influential women in radio, as well as limit-breaking female founder by Thrive Global. Heather's book, Confidence Creator, debuted on #1 on Amazon. She's a confidence expert and works with Fortune 500 companies and professional athletes in the workplace and on the field. And so many women struggle with confidence. I thought this was such a perfect topic, and amazing that Heather agreed to join us today. And we are going to, you know, spread her message from the rooftops. I know she's an influencer in her own right, so she shares her story. And we're just so excited to have her. So Heather, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm going to give you the stage.
Oh, thanks for having me, Cindy. So guys, I've got a lot going on in my apartment right now. Don't mind anything that you see in the background. Karen at least is laughing at my jokes. Karen, you are my people. Thank you for being here. All right, you guys need to start participating, because I do not do talks where I'm the only one talking unless Cindy's making me stand in that dumb red circle, and I freaking can't take it. Cindy, I didn't even tell you I was just offered another TEDx talk for June of this year. And I'm like, yes, of course I'll do it, but I hate doing it. I don't like doing it. All right, but this is different. I like being with you ladies. So I need you to talk to me in the chat right now. I want to know if confidence wasn't an issue for you, if you had off the charts confidence, what is it? What's the one thing you would do right now? Hit me up in the chat thread. You got to get active right now. I'm not going to talk until I start seeing some answers. If confidence isn't an issue for you, What's the one thing that you do? Let's go. I don't know what's happening here. There, I don't see typing. You guys got to get moving because we need some action here. Is anybody alive? What is the one thing that you would do if you had ultimate confidence? Confidence wasn't an issue. Okay, I do this for a living and I've never had someone take this long. Some of the things people tell me are write a book, share my story to help others, do videos on the daily. What else? Give me some more. There's got to be some other people out there. Are you already confident? You don't need me here. Share vulnerability. I've called my shot and I'm starting a lifestyle brand and a podcast. Go. I love that. That's amazing. Okay. Some of the things that I usually hear are leave the bad relationship, pitch myself for the job I really want, start my own company, quit, write the book, right? So I'm going to give you a couple of hacks. Oh, and we're getting some more in right now. If I had ultimate confidence, I would follow up with the prospects I really want. Oh my gosh, you have to follow up anyways. What are you, crazy? Maybe they didn't see the email. Hello, I was told 14 times no on my new book by my agent. I didn't follow up. I attached myself to her freaking ankle. And on the 15th time, she said yes. Write the book. Yes, writing a book is not hard. Writing a book for a publishing house is exceptionally hard. I encourage you to self-publish. Okay, write the book. Yes, write the book. Write the book with 3 freaking errors too, by the way. My book, Confidence Creator, 3 errors. I wrong aged my own kid. True story. Yes, but I will always be the guy that says done is better than perfect. I'm not going to be the guy on my deathbed who says, I had a great book in me. It would have been amazing, but it never was written because it was never going to be perfect. No, I will be the guy with the 3 errors in the book. Is it embarrassing I wrong aged my kid? Yes, but I'm really happy with the book other than that. All right, so here we go. I want everybody to stand up. You guys got to get, I don't know what's happening. It's 1:30 in the afternoon. Jump up, get out of your chair right now. And I know it's a pain. Stand up, everybody stand up. This is craziness. This is not how I roll on a Saturday. We need some energy up in the house. Okay, Karen, get up. I see you. Come on, everybody up. Everybody's got to stand up. Where are my people at? And turn your freaking cameras on too, you guys. I can't be the only one. I mean, this is ridiculous. I just got a shower for you, like rushing over here. Okay, so we're gonna do a little exercise and it's gonna help you in a major, major way. I swear to you. Okay, ready? I'm gonna ask everybody to extend your hand with your pointer finger out. All right, now I want you to turn around as far as you can. Okay, now come back to forward. Look at me again. Now put your hand down. Now, I want everyone to close their eyes. I'm closing mine. If I catch you with your eyes open, Karen, you better have your eyes closed. Okay. All right, everyone has their eyes closed. Now, in your mind's eye, I want you to see yourself extending your pointer finger and see yourself turning twice as far as you just did. See it in your mind's eye. Okay, open your eyes. Let me see those pretty eyes. Okay, extend that finger, extend your pointer finger. Let's do this again. I want you to turn around as far as you can. Did anybody go further the second time? Yes, of course. And I knew the answer. That's why I asked the question. All right, you can sit down for 1 minute. I'm going to give you a 1-minute break. Now, you saw that you were able to see something in your mind first, and then you made it happen in reality. Well, whether it's that you want to be confident, whether it's that you want to write the book, whether it's you're going to follow up on your prospects, be real, be vulnerable, whatever you put in that chat thread, and take a picture of it, guys, because we've got to hold ourselves accountable. I want you to know this. You need to go there in your mind first. This is fact. This is how Tom Brady won freaking every time that he's won. He visualizes everything in his mind first. Olympic athletes go through trials of visualization, and it's shown. This is research, science-based. When you go there in your mind, you will go there in the body. So I am challenging every single one of you, whatever it was that you wrote in that chat thread about writing the book, about, you know, being vulnerable, about starting your podcast. When we get off this call today, I want you to close your eyes and I want you to see it happening. And I want you to do it every single day, at least for 1 month. And then I want you to reach out to me, DM me, and tell me how freaking amazing your life is going, because I can't wait to hear. Need another hack? I'm going to give you 2 more on this, okay? If you learn nothing else from this talk right here, just implement these 3 things that I'm giving you, and I guarantee you're going to have success. Do you guys write down a list of things you want to buy at Publix when you go to the grocery store? Let me see a show of hands. Am I the only one? Okay. All right. So a lot of us write down when we're going to go buy milk and potato chips. Okay. Yeah, right. You write it down. How many of you wrote down your goals for 2021? Want to see a show of hands? Okay. Some of us have them written down. Okay. Did we write down the goals that you put in the chat thread? I'm interested to know that. So what I want you to know is this: you have a 42% greater probability of achieving a goal if you simply write it down and place it somewhere you're going to see it on the daily. Right next to my computer, I have a laundry list of things I'm achieving in 2021. I've been doing this for 3 years. I want you to increase your probability of success by 42%. I want you to write down what you put in the chat thread. After we get off our call, I want you to write it down and I want you to look at it on the daily. Now, another hack that's definitely going to help you is the more descriptive you can be, the better you can be at giving detail, more detail, and you can evolve it over time. It's called encoding, and it actually changes your brain. Your brain will begin to figure out ways to help you achieve that goal. So get as detailed and descriptive as you can. And for me, a great example of that is when I wrote my first book, Confidence Creator. I didn't know what I was going to write about. So I just mocked up a book, some random book with a white piece of paper, and I just signed my name at the bottom. And I made it real. There was a book coming. Didn't know what I was going to call it. Didn't know what was going on the inside, but I made it real. And as I thought more, as I worked more, I started getting descriptive. I wrote the title on the front. Then I sketched out what the image would look like. The more detail I would give around that book, the more clear I became. And I didn't know it at the time, but it was actually encoding in my mind. So for everyone that wrote that they're creating a book, mock up a book in your house today. For everyone that said they're launching a podcast, go buy the freaking podcast. Fire it up on Amazon. You'll have it tomorrow morning. Start taking the steps to create what it is that you want. When you take these steps, you create confidence in yourself. In any moment, we're either chipping away at our confidence or we're creating it. And taking the steps, showing up here, being around like-minded people and holding yourself accountable, they're all action steps that are helping you not only achieve your goals, but create confidence within you. I know a lot about creating confidence because I literally obliterated mine 3 years ago. I had made it to the top. I was in the C-suite in corporate America. I put a tremendous amount of focus on my job, energy on my job, and worth on my job. And then suddenly I was fired. Completely unexpected, right after I was named one of the most influential women in radio. And I was devastated. I was devastated because I had attached my confidence to my paycheck. I had attached my confidence to my title, to my team. And like this, it was gone. And that is the problem with external confidence. It has to come from within. So I'm going to share with you the steps that I took to create internal confidence, sustainable confidence, in hopes that you can take some of these steps too. The first thing that I did when I was devastated when I got fired was I raised my hand and I put a post up on social media and I said, I have just been fired and it's awful. If I've ever helped you in 14 years, I need to hear from you today. And that post went viral. And so many people in my life messaged me, oh my God, take that post down. It looks super pathetic. And I checked in with the one voice and one opinion that matters in my life, and that's my own. And I asked myself, am I pathetic because I put a post up telling the truth? That doesn't land well with me. It didn't resonate with me. And I said, thank you for your concerns. I'm going to hand them right back to you. And I'm keeping the post up. And thank goodness I did, because I learned a couple of different things. One, when you shine a light on shame, it disappears. I've reframed getting fired as the move that everybody should go for. Getting fired means in good company. Oprah's been fired. J.K. Rowling's been fired. I've been fired. Go get fired if you want to take your life to the next level. I decided to see it differently than how everybody else was seeing it. I shined a light on my shame and I stepped into it and it disappeared. When that post went viral, I got the opportunity to go on the Elvis Duran show. I had no idea what I was going to say when I went on that show, but I knew I'm either going to step into this fear and choose to see fear as a green light that means go, or I'm going to, is that audio really bad somewhere out there? Or is it just me that's hearing that? Does everyone have their mics on mute? If you don't, if you could put them on, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, so I didn't know what I was gonna say when I went on the show. I had never been on a show as big as 10 million listeners a day. But I thought, not stepping into fear is not working out for me. So I'm gonna try to step into it. I got on a plane, I went to New York, and I landed on the Elvis Duran show. And halfway through that interview, he says to me, well, Heather, obviously you're writing a book. And I said, well, obviously, but I really wasn't. I wasn't writing a book. I wasn't a literary major. I was the sales one. I was the social one. But something happened in that moment, being in a room with someone who was so far ahead of me, so successful and so big. He transferred his confidence to me in that moment. And I decided to accept it and run with it. I jumped on that flight heading back to Miami and I Googled, how do you write a book? And it says, you need to write. You need to be disciplined and sit down and write daily. And I thought, well, I just got fired, so I sort of have some free time. I think I'm gonna go write on the daily. And within a week, I was writing about how much I hated the woman that fired me. And then the next week, I was writing about how I remembered other low moments like this. And I remembered 08-09 recession. And I remember getting divorced. And I remember all these challenging moments where I lost my confidence. And I also remembered the steps I took to recreate it. So I mapped out a 30-day plan. And I fully believe 30 days is something all of us can do. So I just put squares on a piece of paper, not knowing what was going to show up any day, but being hopeful. I led each morning with gratitude and appreciation for what I did have in my life, my health, my home, my son, the sun outside, whatever it would be, as simplistic as it would be. And I took massive action every single day, jumping into fear and seeing fear as a green light that means go. And this is not something I had done for the past decade in my life. Unbelievable things and opportunities started showing up for me, which were mind-blowing. Here's the real hack. That day, that woman thought she fired me. What I actually had done was I had just fired my villain. And when you fire your villain, you set yourself up to take off. And that's exactly what I did. So whatever villain you have in your space right now, you need to fire them. And if you can't fire them, you've got to create boundaries to set yourself up to protect you and allow positive opportunities and positive people to come into your life. So many amazing people came into my life, like Cindy, like Joy I see out there, people I had never met before started showing up into my life, trying to help me, wanting to be a part of what I was creating. And while I didn't know it at the time, I finally know now why my struggle was so hard in corporate America. Every day I had a woman standing by me, giving me disparaging looks, putting me down, trying to hold me back. And I used to say, I'll just turn a blind eye to it. I'll let her go her way and I'll be the bigger person. But I wasn't being the bigger person. I was eroding the big person I used to be. By turning a blind eye to her bad behavior, I was losing my confidence. In that 30-day window, when I set that goal for myself, I got crystal clear on what I wanted to be. I wanted to be my most confident version of myself. So I took an image, a really powerful image I have of me, and I put it right up everywhere I could see it in my apartment. And I started visualizing, just like we did at the beginning of this call. I started visualizing what I looked like and what steps I would take. And I started taking those steps even though I didn't feel it yet. And that built momentum. And when you start building momentum, you really start accelerating. I hired an editor. I invested in myself. And the best investment you're ever going to make is when you make an investment in you. My editor got my book up and running in just a couple of months. And I Googled, how do you publish a book? And I found a company that I could pay to get me an ISBN number and upload it to Amazon and all these things I had no idea I could do. For a really long time, I had seen myself as the social one, the sales one. I had that label, right? Has anyone else ever been labeled in their life? Some of us, all of us have, for sure. Well, I decided to blow up the label. I decided just because my sister was a literary and a PhD and the smart one, didn't mean that I couldn't be smart or be an author. It just meant I had to blow up the lanes and start living lanelessly. I had to start realizing that the same talents that made me successful in corporate America could make me a successful author. And here's what's so shocking. I didn't know if I'd be able to write a good book. I had no idea. I was a rookie. I was a brand new author. But what I did know is that once I wrote it, oh, I can sell it. I've been in sales my entire career. And here's what's so crazy. Don't tell anyone else this. It'll be our secret. There's millions of great books out there, but there's only a few that get sold because most authors don't know how to sell. So the craziest thing was me being great and experienced in sales is what set me up for success with this. And now I have people that hire me teaching them how to sell their books. The girl who didn't know if she could be an author because I was the social one, people come to me now as an expert. It is wild when you decide to live lanelessly. So during this laneless journey, I decided, well, if I wrote a book on my own and it went pretty well, I did trump Donald Trump for #1 on the business biography list, and I have the screenshot to prove that. I thought, you know what? I should try to do it with an agent. So I went just like I asked you guys, if confidence wasn't an issue, what would you do, Heather? And I thought I'd go to the biggest agent in the country. So I Googled, who is Rachel Hollis's agent? She was the #1 nonfiction book sold in 2019 when I did this. And I found this woman's name. So I leaned into my sales skills and I thought, put yourself in her shoes and share with her why you're gonna add value and make her money, make her look good. So I wrote her an email and I said, I know that you had massive success and I'm in awe of all of your success. Give open and heavy praise. And I said, and while I'm blown away by it, I think I could be additive to what you're currently doing. You've already got the blueprint for success. I'm coming at it from a completely different angle. Rachel is religion, I'm business, yet I know I can drive a new revenue stream for you in a white space that you don't own yet. And she responded to me and she said, love your idea. She said, but I prefer religion. I don't prefer business. Why don't I set you up with my partner? She loves business. So she connected me to her partner. I got on the phone with her partner and I gave that same pitch. And she said, this is great. Yes, I'd love to work with you. Send me your book proposal. And I said, excuse me? And she said, I need your book proposal. I said, well, I don't know. What is a book proposal? She said, well, this is where our conversation ends, Heather. Thank you. It was great speaking with you, great meeting you. And whenever you do get a book proposal, feel free to email it over. I said, wait, I have one question before you hang up. And she said, what is it? I said, if you had a family member that wanted to write a book proposal, who's the one person you would connect them with today? And she said, well, Peter Economy. And I said, thanks, Jill. You'll hear from me soon. I Googled Peter Economy. I found Peter Economy. I started tweeting at Peter Economy. You need to call me back. Jill Marshall wants to work with me and you. And he called me right back. And we got on the phone and I said, what's it cost to write a book proposal? And he threw out this huge number. And I thought, Heather, when you did your first book, you invested in yourself hiring an editor and it was nowhere near this expensive. But like anything, when you want to go to that next level, you're going to have to go bigger. It's going to be scarier until it's done. And I signed that contract and Peter and I started writing our book proposal. And we got it all together and it was done. And I was proud and I was excited. And I called Jill and I said, Jill, I'm sending you the book proposal. And she was so excited until she called me back and said, it's just not good enough. I'm sorry, it's a no for me. And I said, you'll hear from me again soon. And 14 times I rewrote that book proposal. 14 times she said no to me. And then one day I finished that book proposal. And I remember saying to myself, this is the last one, because I know if she doesn't believe in this proposal today, there's another agent out there that does. And I had already Googled who the second, third, and fourth best agents were. And I was calling them next. And I sent that book proposal to Jill, and she called me back and said, number 15 is the winner. Yes, I'm gonna take you on as a client, and I'm sending this proposal out to 15 different publishing houses. And I thought I had just won the lottery. And then the pandemic hit. And there couldn't be a worse time to send a book proposal out because everyone was slashing budgets. Everyone's working from home. Everyone was panicked. And I said, Jill, I don't think this is the right time. We're in a global pandemic. I think I'm gonna get no's because of the timing. And she said, I already sent it out, Heather. It's in motion. We can't back out now. And the first response came in and it was a no. And the second was a no. And the third was a no. And the fourth was a no. And the fifth was a no. And then I remembered my sales background and I remembered no becomes before a yes. And it doesn't matter how many no's I get. I just need one yes. And HarperCollins leadership came back and said yes. And then 6 others came back and said yes. And then they started a bidding war for this book proposal that so many people didn't want. And then I remembered, focus on where it is that you want to go, not the how. The how is going to take care of itself. And don't take direction from people who haven't been where you are going, because so many people would tell me, you're crazy. You're not an author. You wrote one book and you got lucky. And I said, no, I'm leaning into the fear. I'm stepping into it and going to the next level. I'm not letting the no's deter me. I'm going to be relentless in getting the yes. And I will tell you, I'm so freaking excited. We just agreed on my cover. We have a book that's coming out with HarperCollins leadership in November. It is going to blow you away. At least I'm praying it will. It blows me away. I love it. They had so many editors work on this book. It was so much more work. It's been over a year in the making. And I'm so excited today to know I'm a legit author with a major, massive publisher. And I know this book is going to go well because I already see it in my mind's eye. And I know in my heart of hearts that whatever I do next is gonna be bigger, because I've learned after a decade of sitting in a company with people that wanted to hold me back, that wanted me to shrink to fit in where they were, that all I had to do was fire my villain, step into the fear, step into that unknown, and start taking chances on me. And that's what I want for every single one of you, for everything that you wrote in that chat. You can make that happen. You can write the book, launch the podcast, be vulnerable, go for everything it is that you want, imperfect and all, with 3 mistakes and all, and be so freaking proud. That's going to give you the momentum. Those steps are going to be what's going to create your future. So when you get off this call today, see it in your mind's eye, write it down in as much detail as you can, revisit it every day, and get ready to see fear as a green light that means go. And I promise you, not only will you achieve these things, but you're gonna set yourself up to take off. So thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate you immensely. And I can't wait to hear from all of you in regards to what you achieve, because you are definitely capable. You've got the tools, and now you just need to take the action. So I'm cheering you on. You can find me on social media. I'm at Heather Monahan, and I'm wishing you all the best.
Heather, I cannot thank you enough. That was awesome. Oh my gosh, what like energy. And I went to TED Women this year virtually, and the theme was fearless. And oh my gosh, just incredible. And I loved the points that you made about, being vulnerable. And it's not like you're not fearless. You have the fear, but you move past it. And I was just going to say, because you had some great tips about seeing it and writing it down, and you're always so positive, but maybe just a quick takeaway about mindset. Like for those of us that sometimes it's a struggle, and I'm sure it is for you too, but yet you're there, you're on, so how do you keep that mindset positive all the time?
Well, there's a number of different ways. When I went through a really tough time in my life, when I got divorced and I had a 1-year-old, and it was 08, 09, and they cut my pay and all this crap was happening around me, I used to take a stick-it note and I put it on my computer so I could see it 24/7. And it would say, drink water, practice gratitude, love yourself, love your son. And I would just, anytime I would get so overwhelmed, I would just look at that. I don't need to have the yellow post-it note up anymore because I know the things I need to do. If I'm feeling down and feeling low, I'm like, I got to work out. I got to get out of here. Like, I got to go get moving. I need to click on my playlist that fires me up. I need to get around my girls and my crew of my people that lift me up and stretch me and remind me of all the great things that I do. I need to pull out, I have an album on my phone. It's called Fan Love. Anytime someone sends me an awesome feedback, and I ask for feedback all the time, I'm always asking for reviews and recommendations. I encourage you to do the same. I take a screenshot of it and I dump it in Fam Love. And when I have those bad days, I flip on Fam Love and I'm like, oh, that's right. Oh, that's who that girl is. Yes, she's making something positive happen in the world. That's who I am. And I feel proud of myself. And I remind myself of the challenges that I've had and how I overcame them. And those give me strength to know why I'm showing up today. And always connect back to your why, right? I always say to myself, if I can help one person that's in a tough spot, if I can teach one person how to get through and get over a hurdle and get on to their future that's lying ahead of them, then that was worth the whole thing. So connect with your why, surround yourself with the right people, fire the villains, get moving, and definitely access music because it works so powerfully.
That's so true.
And Cindy, I just want to jump in here real quick and just tell a personal story. When I first met Heather, I think we started on LinkedIn around the same time, and she had just published her book, and I was listening to the Audible, and it just hit me at the perfect time. I was just starting to step into chasing this growth mindset that I always talk about. And I reached out to Heather because, of course, I'm listening to your book, creating all this confidence. And I was like, I saw she was going to be in Atlanta, and I said, I'd love to come meet you, whatever. And she was like, sure, I'm having a private signing at my friend's house. Come on. And I was just so blown away by just how authentic and humble she was. I mean, she invited me to, it was her friend's house. It wasn't some public signing. And they just welcomed me like I was one of the friends. And it was just such a neat, it was just really neat to see that she was exactly who, she said she was, because sometimes, it doesn't match when you actually meet the people in person. So to what she just said, I would add the content you consume is everything. She puts out incredible content. Make sure you're following that too. But that's one of the things I do, to keep up the energy and the confidence is to make sure you're filling yourself with this good content like what she has out there. So thank you, Heather, for being on today.
Well, I'll tell you, it's funny, Joy, yeah, I invited you, but you showed up, right? Like so many people would say, oh, I don't know her friends. And what if they're weird and they have a weird, like so many people could come up with all the why not to, but instead you just said, I'm just going to go and see what happens. And then that started a friendship. And now Cindy and Joy and we're all friends and connected and support each other in so many ways. But none of those dominoes start falling until you take the action and tip that first one forward.
Yeah, and start the movement. And since then, I've done some pretty crazy things, that I probably would have never had the confidence to start that movement. So thank you for that, Heather.
Thank you.
That makes me so happy to hear. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it says here, someone just made a comment, Heather, fearless is one of your superpowers. After your talk, my seat is on fire. Thanks for sharing the keys to move forward. I'll look forward to listening to the podcast. Yeah, Heather has lots of wisdom on her podcast too, and incredible guests.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate your support and I appreciate everyone. Now I have to run because we got a crazy Saturday going on over here, but thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Bye.
Love you, ladies. Bye.
Love you. Okay, ladies. Well, we have the floor now for networking and happy hour. I don't want to keep anyone if you are, obviously have other things going on. It's a long day. I understand it's a Saturday. I know that Joy and Sandy always have lots of, and Fabi too, lots of words of wisdom, maybe in closing and parting. And Anne, I don't know, I haven't seen Anne's face, but are you still there, Anne? I'd love to just get some, some little nuggets of wisdom as we close out today.
I'm gonna jump in real quick because I've got to go. My daughter is texting me, can you come for Rafi? Can you come for Rafi? so get out of here and head to Rafi. But my word of wisdom to everybody is be your best self. Take the toxic people out of your life and push forward and do what you do best. Be you and take care of you. Because if you can't take care of you, you can't take care of anybody else. And that's what I try to live my life by. I choose the people who are in my life because being my friend is a privilege. And being your friend, whoever is your friend, it should be a privilege to them. So just be your best self. That's all I can say. Love you all. Cindy, you're the best. Joy, I'll see you again next time. Fabi, you always make me cry. I love you. And good luck with the baby. And take care, everybody else who joined. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and again, follow us. We're doing some events
Amazing
and future things, amazing things. We're going to be doing a series of these ordinary women doing extraordinary things, because there's endless women out there doing extraordinary things, and I feel so incredibly blessed to be surrounded by so many of them. And you are one. I'm going to give you a hug because you're leaving.
Thank you. Thank
This
you, my
woman, 6 children, and lost her husband, and oh my goodness, incredible, incredible, incredible. Okay, Joy, a few final closing words, and if anybody.
Sure, I just wanted to mention a quick story about, first of all, I adore Fabi. She, we've been able to be together on a few occasions, but I think one of the most special, she actually wasn't there, but we went when my daughter had a Washington, D.C. trip. When we got to Arlington Cemetery, I was bound and determined. I was like, we are going to go to Josh's grave. And so we only had a short little time there because the bus was going to leave, but we were trucking it through there. We took the little shuttle, then we couldn't find it. And my daughter was determined. She's like, we can't leave until we find it. And it was just like such a cool moment, because it just shows, between that and your cool shirts and gears and sweatshirts that my boys and my husband, as you see, wears this one shirt like nonstop. It's like his favorite shirt. It's just been such an impact on everybody in so many ways, even further than just the ways of the families you touch that are struggling with cancer, but just the inspiration all around to all generations. So, you see, I'm already tearing up, but I just love you and this journey that you're on, and this new precious baby, like Heather was saying, we already see this precious soul in your arms. So it's coming, it's going to be here, and we can't wait to see the actual manifestation of it. But yeah.
So grateful for your friendship. You inspire me every day too.
You do.
And then I'll just add to what Sandy said. It's so true. Aside the fine line between perfectionism and pursuing the best version of yourself, there's a fine line there, because I think once you step into growth, there's just this burning desire of not competition with anybody else, not really competition with yourself, but just this desire to achieve this best version of yourself so that you can be more, you can help more, you can carry people more, you can influence people more. And it's living. That is living, is when you drop. It's not about perfectionism. It's not about proving anything to anybody. It's just this pursuit of being the best person you can be for everybody you love, because there's so much fulfillment and so much purpose there. And that's the stage. Pretty soon here, I'll be putting out some courses on how to get to that point, because there's a lot of foundational things you need to address first before you can get there. And I've learned that through the struggles, along the way that I faced. But that's what it's all about. And what Sandy was saying, as you pursue that, and as Heather was alluding to, as you pursue that, the people that need to be there to help you along the way will appear. They will, because once you start the momentum that starts the movement, all of a sudden you're stepping into new places and you're surrounding yourself with higher level people. And it's just magical how all these people start to appear to help you get to that next level. And it will happen. And I've just seen that even in just my athletic pursuits. I mean, now along the way, I have an Olympic triathlete coach, and, and all these things are free. They're not charging me for it. It's something that's been provided because I've been pursuing excellence. And it's just amazing. It's an amazing journey when you start on the journey of growth.
Yeah, and you know what, it made me think of when you mentioned Josh's, the Josh Powell Foundation, the swag. So Fabi, maybe just tell everyone about that. And we're actually working on sisterhood swag too. I know Joy has so many sayings that she uses all the time that we're going to be putting out there. So stay tuned. It's going to be sisterhoodswag.com. But please, Fabi, tell us where we can go to get some Josh Powell Foundation swag.
Yes. So Josh's phrase was keep going. It's what he used throughout his entire battle with cancer. So that's our tagline for the nonprofit. So all of our gear has our keep going logo on it. We have beanies, hats, tank tops, t-shirts, sweatshirts, all kinds of stuff. Everyone just needs a daily reminder to keep going, no matter what you're going through. If you're, gonna implement it to everything that Heather said, or if you're going through a really hard time, experiencing pain, and just need a reminder. We have that. We also have water bottles and just tangible things that you can use on a daily basis. A journal, if you're looking for something to write all your stuff in, we've got a leatherback journal that says keep going, strong mind, strong outcome. So joshpowellfoundation.org. All the proceeds go to helping families who are battling sarcoma, whether it's we just bought a car for a family that didn't have the ability to get to and from treatment. We send people on trips for bucket list items that they want to fulfill if their child has a terminal illness and we know that they don't have a lot of time left, along with our care packages. So know that you're not only getting awesome swag, but it's going to a great cause. All those proceeds go towards what we do. So thank you.
Yeah, and I got, my husband has a t-shirt, I have a t-shirt, I've gotten the swag, and
they're super soft. They're like great quality, which is a plus.
Oh, beautiful. And yeah, so thank you. It's wonderful. And the mission too, you're supporting an incredible mission with those things. So Anne, any parting words? I'd love to hear from you.
Yes, I'm right here. Thanks so much, Cindy. I have loved listening in, and I'm just actually getting over COVID. I'm not sure if anybody else has experienced that. So I've kind of got a little bit of a lingering headache. So that's why I haven't been on video. Oh, and my dog wants to say hi to everyone real quick. But you know what? One of the main things that I just kept picking up on throughout this conversation that I was really present to is that all of us have so much more in common and more alike than we do differences. And I just love hearing everybody's different stories, because there's so many things I can relate to, even if I haven't been exactly in their same shoes. And I think that just really kind of came together of what we're building here with community and really being able to reach out. And one of the things I struggled with during the pandemic was just feeling like I was on an island quite a bit on my own, and just on these Zoom meetings and not feeling connected. And I'm just so grateful for this opportunity for the sisterhood that, is just launching, to be able to continue these conversations and really be able to connect with other people, for the support, for the coaching, the guidance, and friendship. So I'm just really present to that. And I'm so happy I was able to, participate and listen in to all of these great conversations, and everyone sharing so authentically their stories. It just really does make an impact and make me feel like, we're all in this together. So thank you for creating that space for us, Cindy.
Thank you, Anne. I know we are, this is something, because in 2021, we do have a lot of exciting things on the agenda for the Sisterhood for Success. Please follow us on Facebook, and if you go to the Sisterhood for Success, the membership is not open yet, but you can certainly join the waiting list. And we are building a community. We have been doing, we did an event for Fabi, I think it was 2 years ago, we did a fundraiser. But we are starting to get more active and bringing more people in. We're building an app. We are going to start a clubhouse, create a magazine, all these different things in the works. And it's all going on behind the scenes with these amazing ladies. And I'm so thrilled. And we want to just continue to grow the community. So like Anne said, we need community more than ever. And I completely agree, we need each other. It is a time more than ever. People have differences in so many ways, but we're so alike deep down. So I'm so grateful for this opportunity. I'm so grateful for this amazing group of women that we brought together, and for Jason as well and Power Home Solar. I'm so grateful to them to be able to make this. One of the things, the sisterhood, one of the missions is, paying it forward as well, and helping women elevate, whether it's financially, career-wise, success, and also community through helping one another. So anyone else have some closing words before we?
Looks like Karen wants to say something.
Karen, hello, thank you. Oh, you're on mute, Karen.
There
Hi, how are you?
Hi, great. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you. Thank Joy for inviting me. It was a pleasure listening to everyone. And I've been through a lot. I can relate. First of all, Fabi, good luck. I'm sure everything will be fine. You'll have a beautiful baby. My motto is life is too short to waste. Courage will light your way. And to start backwards, I never thought I would be. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, someone else was unmuted for a moment.
Okay. So to work backwards, I never thought I would be the president founder of Las Vegas Now magazine, television, and radio. I've been through a huge amount of abuse, raised in an abusive home, escorted out with the police, to marry the love of my life. He worked very hard to become an attorney. We had 2 beautiful children. He became very ill, passed away on his 35th birthday, Mount Sinai Hospital in New York, when I was told he'll be fine. So that was an unbelievable shock. I then I felt the need. I had 2 little children, no income, I wasn't working. I was going to work with my husband in his law practice. That never happened. I felt a need to be loved, to have someone to share my innermost feelings. I met someone. He was raised in the same neighborhood I was raised in, although he was almost 10 years older than me. But we fell in love, but I married way too soon. Finally realized after decades, this man was an abuser, a user, psychologically, emotionally, financially. We did move to Las Vegas together from New Jersey, where I did become the president, founder, Las Vegas Now magazine. He worked for me for a while, but then his gambling habit, he was stealing from me. I didn't know it because he was in charge of the home checking account. I took care of the business checking account. Thank goodness. He was stealing from the home checking account to gamble. I finally realized that, and I did divorce him in Las Vegas. You do realize I was in Las Vegas for more than 14 years, and divorce can be very quick. So we were divorced in 2 weeks, which was a blessing. I educated my children. I am a grandma. I have wonderful children who give back as well. Very proud of them. They've written beautiful things about me, which is unbelievable, how they appreciate me and I appreciate them. I did move back to New Jersey. I am married again to a very good man. I am writing my memoir, which is about my journey, as well as a self-help book for women, not only for women who have been through abuse, but how to avoid abusive relationships and how to CREATE, create your life. My manuscript is almost finished, and I will be seeking a literary agent very soon. That's it in a nutshell. There's a lot more. I write poetry. My late husband wrote 36 beautiful poems and prose that I plan to put in the book about life, about children, about me. It's quite beautiful. That's in a nutshell. Been a pleasure listening. Thank you.
Karen, I'm so grateful that you shared your story, and I hope that let's please stay in touch. I would love to invite you to a future event and to, share your story, and hopefully maybe your book will be further along and we can share your book as well. But that was so wonderful for you to be able to share that journey.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you for coming today and supporting, our cause here. We really appreciate it. And what an amazing story. Like Cindy said, I mean, it's definitely something that needs to be shared because it can help a lot of women.
Yes, I want to help women. I want it to be worldwide. We have to get rid of domestic violence and for women and children. So I am giving back with everything that I do. You can read more on my website, which is my name, KarenMShenman.com.
We will definitely check it out, Karen, and we'll stay in touch. And we're very grateful for you to share your story and open up and be vulnerable. So,
thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
So Joy, do you want to take us away? Anyone else have anything? Oh, we have Barry here. Hi, Barry. And you know, Eric said that he's watching on Facebook. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Eric.
So do you want to have some closing words? Does anyone want to, maybe we'll just invite Barry for one moment because we have just a couple of minutes. Barry, would you like to say a word or two? You have so much wisdom. Barry is a mentor. And you know, when you go to the Sisterhood for Success, you can see that it says we're a community of mostly women, because there are some men, obviously, that have incredible value, like Jason, who joined us today. And Barry, if he's willing and able to say hello very quickly.
I'm here and I'm saying hello. I think what you women are doing is absolutely awesome. You know, it's always been amazing to me that the beauty of women is that they are more open to sharing their feelings with other people, not just with other women, but with men. And I think that men can learn an awful lot from that factor, that it's okay to open up, to discuss feelings, to share our challenges as well as our victories. And so, yeah, I am very grateful for the friendships that I've created because of you in particular, Cindy. So thank you.
Thank you, Barry. And I would encourage everyone to follow Barry. He writes for Thrive Global. He has incredible articles of inspiration and wisdom. He's an author of two books. Is it 3 books, Barry? I forget.
Well, it's 3 books and I'm working on the 4th.
Okay. Yes, and he's got an incredible story as well. So I'm very, very grateful for Barry. Thank you for adding to the conversation. And anyone else just before we close? I'm going to just turn it over to Joy to say a few final words. And thank you all so much. Thank you, Fabi. We love you. We are praying for you every day. We're going to do everything we can to support your baby that's coming.
Yeah, I just wanted to close by saying, Fabi, I just sent a little bit of a gift over for baby Pal, and anybody who feels heartfelt, I just want to say, like she said, it only takes $1. With all the followers, I mean, $1, she would not turn away $1, $5, it doesn't matter, but it all adds up when we come together as a community. So with that, I will close. Fabi, keep us posted. Everybody, it was amazing just learning from each other today. Please connect with me on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on Facebook. But I just can't wait to see all that this whole sisterhood is going to just grow and how it's going to continue to impact each other and the community. Okay, so everybody have a great weekend. Much love to all.
Love you guys.
Thanks so much,
everyone.
Thank you.